X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed.
Welcome to the Malaysian Grand Finals of the Plunge, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile as well as ESL Malaysia. 20 teams will battle it out in 6 fiery rounds for 4 coveted slots at the inaugural Garena Invitationals Battle Royale. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and with me today is a legendary Malaysian shoutcaster, Husky with a double K.
Oh, thank you very much for the introduction. I don't know if legendary is the appropriate term to describe me, but I feel very honored to be sharing the broadcast with you as always, as we have been through multiple previous Battle Royale titles and we are about to witness history again. And just like you mentioned, the inaugural Call of Duty Mobile Invitationals from Garena itself. It is such a blessing to witness all these teams battle it out.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, the Battle Royale community in Call of Duty Mobile has been begging, pleading with Garena to have something more. Now, I wouldn't say legit, okay, because the Plunge is legit, but they wanted more. And you know, after about a year and a half, we finally get it, Husky. This is the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale, where we will be having MYSG, PH, TH in there, as well as ID battling it out, man. Seeing the best of the best from all of these regions, I absolutely cannot wait. But before we get there, we need to see who will the kings of Malaysia be.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, as the old saying always goes, good things come to those who wait. And I think 1 year is just the enough time for us to get what we finally deserve. And I'm pretty sure all the fans are ecstatic. But like you mentioned, today, 20 of the best teams that the nation of Malaysia has to offer. They're about to find out who's going to be the top 4 to claim that slot in the GIBR.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, prior to this, of course, to qualify for this stage itself, a lot of great teams did not make it through, right? And that's how heated the battle was. That's how heated all of those, you know, qualifying lobbies were. Many disappointed Malaysians, all of those big names that we don't even see in here. Even the Madias, who managed to pick up the 4th spot in the previous Plunge, did not manage to scrape through this time round. So, and that's the kind of, you know, potential that we are seeing in here from these 20 squads, Husky.
Yeah, and one of the things that I always like to see when it comes to a competition, regardless of the skill, is the rise of new faces, the rise of underdogs. Now, I'm not saying that teams who have been around for a long time shouldn't be there, but it's great to see them being pushed to the limits. And despite all the disappointment that the fans might have had to go through because their favorite teams were not there, they would have a breath of fresh air to see more and more talents rise up to the occasion.
Absolutely, man. And with the most recent update to the meta itself, right? Season 4, so many changes have been brought in. You know, we've seen the Purifier get nerfed just a little bit. The War Machine has had a severe nerf, more than 55% reduction in damage, which means, you know, this just really changes the gameplay at those airdrops, making whatever you customize within your gunsmith itself make or break your game, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking about that, the most important element that would make or break the game are the teams. So let's take a look at the teams who have qualified through all the gauntlets to make it into the Plunge. And it's going to be an interesting list for us to look at.
Oh, absolutely, man. We are not going to be jumping into the teams yet, unfortunately. We just have to wait a couple of more. You tell me good things come to those who wait, my dear sir. Husky with a double K. And then you rush to see all 20 teams. I mean, let's leave a little bit of mystery around the 20 big Malaysian brands that are going to be stepping in here. A lot of them are still looking for sponsorship, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So if you are out there, if you're a brand, and if you're looking to step into the esports world through Call of Duty Mobile, and you're here scouting to see if or not there are any teams within Malaysia worth taking a peek at, the Plunge is definitely the spot to look at. You know, the Battle Royale has been growing season from season, and I think Garena's finally ready, right? Call of Duty Mobile is finally ready to make the Battle Royale mode itself shine in a light of its own, Husky. And I'm really, really looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a game traditionally, ever since its inception, this battle royale thing always feels like a very alien concept. But now to see Call of Duty Mobile implement that, a game that people can just watch and be excited about having a battle royale mode to incorporate multiple teams, I would say that Call of Duty Mobile themselves, they took the plunge and they are making it successful.
I love it already, man. That's why I love shoutcasting with you. We are finally ready to see the 20 teams that have made it all the way to this spot, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Who will be the participants at the grand finals? Let's take a quick look, Husky.
Yep, and here we go. We're gonna start with Eevee Angels, Kingsman, Eevee Princess, Revolution Army 4, Evil Virus, The Immortals, Oppa, Kami Santai Saja, KSS, Existence, PG and Alpha, and of course, The Immortals Rampage.
Yeah, boy. And the Immortals Elite in here as well, together with United Union, Generation X, the Immortals Malaysia Underrated, Reminiscent Sevenfold Title, Dios, the Immortals Mafia Queens, My Legend Hero Team, the Immortals Savage, as well as Malaysian Elite. Can you already tell which particular clan has got, like, the most number of crazy talented players, Husky?
I mean, judging by the repetition of names, I would say the Immortals are here to take the crown. They have like 5 clans.
Yeah,
six clans.
These
are
are
6 clans.
These are only the ones that have qualified for the grand finals, mind you. Not even the ones that were fighting to get in here. And of course, the ones that lead all of them, the Immortals Oppa themselves, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Whether or not they will be able to scratch and claw their way to the very top, that's very, very likely. Now, let's take a quick look what else we have in here, right? Because as the day will progress, things will get harder and harder. But what are they fighting for? It will be all of these points, because the RNG gods aren't very kind to those who drop into the battle royale, and therefore the placement will really be determined by where they jump in and how they take this game, Husky.
Yeah, and every time we talk about the genre of Battle Royale, sometimes it's the luck of the draw, sometimes it's just about how you strategize, and I would say it's a mix of everything. It feels like you're jumping into a bowl. It's like a bowl of salad, just everything included, and the point element is probably the most important part of it all. 15 points for the first place, trickling down to 13, 11, and all the way to 15th place, you will get 1 point. But the bottom 5, they walk away with nothing. And one of the ways to compensate for that is to get those kills, because you do get 1 point per kill as well.
Yeah, man. And, at the Philippines finals, we saw a couple of teams go absolutely crazy, scoring about 35, 36 kills within one match itself. If we see something like that at the grand finals, at the Malaysian Plunge today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the placement points, will be a really nice bonus, but it won't really mean anything. And do we have, the kind of teams with the caliber to pull something like that off? We most definitely do. And just like I mentioned earlier, right, the Immortals Oppa. So my eyes are definitely on them. Are they going to be able to scratch and claw their way all the way to that number 1 spot? Or will those challenges, Husky, like you called out earlier on, right, will the underdogs overthrow them?
It's definitely going to be an always diverging but interesting storyline. But other than getting for that first place, or at least the top 4 to qualify for the Invitationals, they are also fighting for something, which will be the prize pool. So let's take a look at what we have in store for all of these teams for fighting for the Covenant prizes.
Oh, absolutely, man. 7th to 10th spot will take back 1,000 CP. 5th as well as 6th place, 1,500 CP. 4th place will take back 3,000. 3rd spot takes 5,000 CP. 2nd spot, 10,000. And the grand prize, that number 1 position, will take back 15,000 CP. Now, I know the question's already, hey, how come that looks like it's a little lesser than the previous Plunge? Because the previous one, it was a mix between MY and SG. This time around, the prize pool has been split between the 2 regions to make way, because the top 4 teams will qualify to the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale, and we don't even know the prize pool of that one just yet.
Yeah, this is just a sneak peek to the sneak peek of a bigger blueprint, which is, like you mentioned, the Invitational, the Garena Invitational Battle Royale. And speaking of that, this would all have not been possible without Garena for making this happen alongside ESL. So we have to give these parties props for making the Plunge a reality, and not just that, giving these teams a platform for them to showcase their skills and have that opportunity to put themselves out there and eventually qualify for something bigger.
Okay, now I just want to see exactly how many of these teams ask these early questions, right? Because we know who are the dominant ones, we know who are the new names in here as well. But the consistency is one that the Malaysian side has not been able to show us a lot of, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's take a quick peek at the schedule, and we'll be able to see whether or not this consistent wins can come along with all of these 6 rounds. We'll start off at 8 p.m. and do not be alarmed of the fact that we may be kicking off round 6 at 1 a.m. This will be a running schedule, which means at the end of that round, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll kick the next match right off.
Yeah, absolutely. And dare I say, it has been a pretty interesting and weird 2019 to 2020. So it's hard to get some entertainment in the middle of the night. So even if it goes late, I can bet that this is going to be an interesting and exciting night to behold, especially when we are crowning the top 4 teams of our nation. And that has not even included other nations like Singapore, which will be happening on a later date as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And anybody who wants to tune in to catch that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make sure you are available on the 4th of June. The Philippines Grand Finals will be telecasted tomorrow at 8 p.m. as well. So I don't know, man. This week itself, so much of Call of Duty Mobile action, Husky. I'm just breathless thinking of all of the events scheduled up here.
I mean, I've been following not just Call of Duty Mobile, I've been following a lot of different titles, and I'm seeing all these teams win up. I'm seeing all teams from other genres qualifying for big events, and now I'm here, sitting in front of this desk and getting ready to crown our top 4 teams of Malaysia. I would say it has been an amazing 6 months, amazing first half of the year, and I think it's going to be even more amazing as we move on with these matches. You know, just now I did not have my blazer on, but now I'm ready. I am ready and I'm pumped. This is blood red, and I can't wait to get some action in.
Yeah, going back into a little bit of the changes that have stepped into the fray for Season 4, right? It has affected the Battle Royale quite a bit. And it's not just the nerfs to the Annihilator, not just the nerf to the War Machine as well as the Purifier that has kind of tweaked the gameplay of the Battle Royale, but it's also the changes to those classes and the introduction of so many new ones. 16 classes in total. But even as I say that, Husky, the meta that most of these teams go with, they kind of use the same class over and over again. At least that's what we've been seeing from the Filipino side. I wonder if the Malaysians will show us something a little bit different and a little bit more creative today.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'm expecting to see as well. And I think if there's one thing that I'm proud of as a Malaysian, and there's one thing I can say about Malaysian players, is that we're innovative and sometimes we make the craziest thing work. And no, not to say that we are the best region. I think our Filipino brothers and sisters can absolutely destroy us, at least for now. But I would say we are the more innovative ones. And I remember when I first started out, the first class that caught my attention was the Poltergeist. I'm like, this is what I love to be incorporated in a battle royale. Like, you let me play as a ghost, I would take that any day.
Yeah, exactly right. And the only thing that gives you away is if your opponent is super duper attentive and stares at the screen and has amazing 20/20 vision, or if you accidentally fat finger and fire off a shot and reveal your position, right? And the Poltergeist will be able to cause massive destruction behind defenses as well, Husky. And that's the kind of concoction that we're talking about. But we don't really see the Poltergeist stepping into these battle royales much because, we and especially in squad play, right? because the meta that a lot of these players play with is they want to stick together. Not many of the teams want to have the poltergeist break away and, get that backstab and potentially risk losing his life as well. Because when you drop in about 80 of these human players in there, no bots whatsoever, each and every single turn, there's danger waiting, man.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think, giving someone a slightly more selfish class like the poltergeist, or I would say to a certain extent the ninja, you would have to make some sacrifices. And in this case, team play is all is what all our teams are about, and I can respect that. But speaking of team play, we're jumping into our very first match of this amazing evening.
Okay, now let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the flight path will be cutting from the southwest all the way down to the northeast, from Pier down towards Heat. Your high tier loot zones will be Pier, downtown Black Market. I do not have my eyes on the Sky platform. Not many of these teams dropping into the high tier loot zone, except for team number 9 that you do see in front of you, Team Evil Virus.
Yeah, and this is a pretty direct flight path, and I like to see round 1 for any battle royale start off with just teams taking their time. And as I say that, I'm proven wrong, because we get an instant first blood right there, as John Blow is going to be the one to draw that.
Yeah, and there's family feud going on. The Immortals on the Immortals, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that's just unavoidable based on the number of teams that they've sent in here. We kick things off with Evil Virus. We have talked about the Immortals, Oppa, as well as how strong they are, leading the clan of the Immortals into the Malaysian Grand Finals. But we also have to acknowledge who were the champions of the previous Malaysian Grand Finals of the Plunge, and it was the team that you are seeing right in front of you right now, Evil Virus themselves. They ravaged everyone in MYSG, taking 72 kills the last time they competed, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, if you put that into perspective, that's almost the entirety of the population in a single lobby. And if you kind of divide it across 6 matches, it is a darn impressive achievement for Evil Virus. You had your eyes on the Immortals Oppa, and you just gave me a team that I should look forward to claim that throne by the end of the day as well.
Yeah, so Ami has been taken out here. Vinny goes in for a quick knock as well as delete on ADM. But not too much to worry about so far, because those dog tags still can be picked up. 20 teams that stepped in here are still alive. Those dog tags that allow you to bring back your fallen, comrades into battle at a certain point of time later on, and the revive flight. Depending on how they go, it can really turn the luck of your team around. It can really put in the advantage to your side. But of course, if the friend that you bring in on that revive flight happens to drop into the most silliest of places in that map, then GG, my friend.
And it's just like what I would say a Gen G likes to say nowadays, it do be like that sometimes. It really do be like that. But we just witnessed the first usage of the airborne class, and just a bit of relocation for Vinny and his buddies. But so far, I think they have been able to just lock themselves down in a pretty safe location with that circle not too far away. They are in radar base, though losing that teammate early on is definitely not the opening that they wanted.
Definitely not, man. But the revive flight has just dropped in, and their team member is on the way back. Army has been scanned through. 67 players are alive. The first team has just fallen in this game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I do not have information as to which team that is, but I will be bringing you that update shortly. It is team number 16, United Union. Well, they left with a united front, the first team to exit this Battle Royale.
Oh, yeah. And definitely a pretty slow start. Not to be... there's always this negative connotation that if you are the first team to be knocked out in the first round, you have a lot of work to do. But someone has to be eliminated for us to reach a winner. On the bright side, we still have 19 teams available, even though we've already lost 14 men. So a lot of skill distributed to multiple members across all these teams. So I would say that we are still getting a pretty mellow opening as compared to what we thought would happen.
Yeah, so and of course we do have to acknowledge the fact as well that current circumstances have forced us to work from home, and we do not have that many resources in terms of observers for this particular match. But we will be doing our best to show you all of that action that happens. But we will inevitably miss quite a bit of action, as we can see the top left-hand corner. Those kills are falling left, right, center, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is gonna be team number 10 on your screen, the Immortals Opa, and they are one of the most dominant teams that are dropping into this match. PGN, Team 13, Alpha, they will back away with Dingoes on their tail, AK-47, Kuromaku in his hands, and he will not be able to find anyone just yet. They have to be a little patient here, SK.
Yeah, if you want to get away from the dingoes, you gotta make sure to cover your tail, because these beasts, they're a different kind. In fact, I think they spotted out their prey, the PG and Alpha. They gotta try and make it to safety, but they might not be able to make it far because Banana is on the case, just tracking the PG and Alpha members, and I think they will have to fight this. In fact, they have everyone from PG and Alpha surrounded. Cobra is already in as well. Banana is gonna come now and start the action, and that's the knockdown that they're looking for. Banana with that first blood onto PG and Alpha, and they are looking for more.
Oh, beautiful, man. AK-47 takedown. A quick stop by knock, and Elite Dingoes gets another knock. It is going to be Mortar this time. PGN, and they are suffering. Cobra trying to respond best possible, but unfortunately, it is not going to be enough, as Opa will continue to ravage these players.
And just like that, PGN Alpha losing 3 of their members in one fell swoop. And despite the name being Alpha, the Immortals Opa definitely proved that they are the more dominant one in this relationship. So, thankfully, there's still one survivor for the team, so we can try to go for that placement points. But for the Immortals Opa, they are starting out strong with already 3 points secured.
Yeah, and the last time the Immortals Opa, they dropped into the plunge, right? We didn't really see them perform in all of their matches. And more towards the start of the day itself, they were quite lackluster in the way they were taking on some of their battles. This time around, we can see that aggression come out, and that's the exact way they need to play this. They don't really need to doubt themselves. If anything, the previous plunge has proven that if they just let go and just get serious with their gameplay, they will be quite the troublesome squad to come across. And the only team that has been able to outshine them, Evil Virus, unfortunately has not been able to get that many kills thus far in the game. They will still be looking for a few more.
I think the Malaysia Legend Hero might be spotted out, because the Immortals Opa, they are not going to stop this momentum, especially not now. So getting those early kills in is going to cement themselves a lot of points going into the later stages of the game. And in fact, they are just sticking together just like a pack of dingoes. They are out for the hunt, and they are really, really hungry.
Eevee Princess, one player at least in the vicinity, but has backed away already. And team number 10, the Immortals Opa, will continue to, well, do nothing. They are just running around, sliding, just waiting for company to drop by, or at least for an airdrop in the vicinity. Right now, let's talk a little bit about these airdrops. They are quite highly contested, but at the moment, we just don't see many of these teams focusing in on them.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. I'm expecting to see early contention for those resources, because they do pose, I would say, immense value at a limited supply. But you can definitely expect more aggressive teams like what we've been looking at so far, the Immortals Opa, to be one of the few contenders for those weaponry. And in this case, they are super close to that last remaining survivor of PG and Alpha. And I would say, right off the bat, if you compare the previous plunge to the one we're looking at right now, the Immortals Opa went through a lot of growth, and they're giving me those professional SWAT team vibes from the get-go.
Yeah, we need to jump over to Sanitarium if that is possible, because there is a crazy fight breaking out in the vicinity there. And off screen just moments ago, we did see the Immortals Rampage managing to pick up the airdrop for themselves, and they will go ahead and black out that little blip of that airdrop, which means none of those other teams can drop by that exact same place. Question is, how many of them will stay alive for the next zone? Aski, so far, just 10 of these players have fallen.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. We just now we saw 14 guys got taken out, but 4 of them came right back. Those second chances, like you mentioned, can be very crucial and important for a team to turn things around. So now it feels like we are still in the very initial stage, and we are, still sitting at the first circle. But evidently, a lot of fights going to break up pretty soon, especially around this south eastern area where we have at least 3 squads congregating.
Oh, absolutely, man. Revolution Army 4 in the vicinity together with Generation X as well as PG and Alpha. But there will be no battle. Revolution Army 4 wants nothing to do with a war. Kind of a wrong name to pick for your team then, huh?
Hey, I would say, the best revolutions start with meticulous planning. You can't just... When you start a revolution, most of the times you are outnumbered, and I think that they're doing it the right way, at least for now. Yep. It's still the early stage. You gotta wait for your nemesis to start waging war against each other, and then you come in and be like, I am the future hope of this nation. But maybe they have a change of mind. They might have a change of plans.
They might. I like the fact that they are picking up a cargo truck. You never know. You might be able to find a few people that want to join that revolutionary army and take on this battle as well. For they might ask you 24, hey, do you guys want to team up? 2 cargo trucks on the way. The cargo truck meta is not that abused in the game. It's not even really that much of a meta. You try to knock people down with a cargo truck because it's super duper tanky. But yeah, try turning it and you will find that it controls like a big buffalo that takes very bad instructions.
Yeah, that there's a lot of reasons for that, and I think if you're able to get a lucky collision, then that's kind of like a buy one free one package for the cargo truck. But I think the beefiness of the vehicle itself poses more benefits than the ability to just run people over, because you do want something that protects yourself from all those gunfire, especially in the early phases of the game. We are seeing right now Team 15, which is the Immortals Elite, one of the branches from the Immortals clan, also able to secure themselves in this huge compound, the Sanitarium. Despite having multiple teams nearby, it seems like they are able to put themselves on lockdown.
Oh, Potato has got the gun that is just making this season, man. The Echo, and it looks like this Echo could have been brought out of the gunsmith as well. The Immortals Potato from Team 15. I will be taking a quick peek into his artillery, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just to give you a quick update on whether or not that is true. That is not true. He's got just a basic Echo. Lily taken down now. Harley still crawling on the ground. They should be able to save her. Question is, are they going to be able to get there on time, Husky?
Yeah, it seems like the plan is having Harley just to be mid-air, just to be airborne, just scout for some information. But it seems like they are able to regroup together and able to hold on to this bridge that is right outside Sanitarium. Unfortunately, the circle is not in their favor, so they have to move soon, and they're going to move past 3 different teams just to get into the safe zone.
Yeah, 14 minutes have elapsed, barely any action, as you can see on the top left-hand corner. 65 players, as I say that. Wukong as well as Kuntom dropping the players from Dios, one after the other. Jomblo trying to secure a couple of frags from afar, AK-117, but that's not going to be as easy as he thinks. Ami, who got taken down very early on in the game towards Harbor, has come right back into the game. But no upgrades on the chip terminal just yet. So I don't know if or not it'll be a great idea to drop in for this battle. Jane getting taken down there by the Echo.
Yeah, and at the same time, EV Princess, they have no intention of getting involved in this. Everyone just airdrop, just not airdrop. They just flew out with the airborne. They just all evacuated. But they are gonna be surrounded on the western side by the Immortals Oppa, so EV Princess are in a very tough spot as Wukong continues to pick up all those knockdowns and convert them into the kills, and it feels like there's a war movie is about to build on towards the climax. We're about to see a lot of action pretty soon.
Absolutely, man. And of course, EV Angels just flying right above them. Question is, are they gonna drop by and check out who's right in front as Dingoes drops Clara? EV not really ready for this situation. Team 19 right there in front of them. Reminiscent 7-fold Titan, and this fight is about to begin, Husky.
And I think Ice Pick has also been activated, as I believe it was it Revolution Army that could not see their radar. So that is going to be a pretty complicated situation to be in. As Banana just goes for that blow up on the cargo truck, and that's all he needs to do. The detonation killing off another one of his poor victims as the Immortals Oppa just continues to rack up those kills. 5 kills in the bag.
Yeah, man, that's GTA fail right there. He tried to steal the vehicle away, unfortunately gets blown into oblivion. Now, of course, his partners can go in to pick that dog tag up, but it'll be a huge risk outside of the safe zone. Potato on to that snowboard, which has been... I don't know if I want to say nerfed, man, because in the new update, they said that you won't be able to find a lot of these snowboards outside of snowy areas. I keep finding snowboards everywhere I go.
But it makes sense, right? You know, who would have a snowboard outside of the snowy plains? I think if you want to put something like that, yeah. So I think they want to change that. You know, now you should put skateboards now. So if you are in,
dude,
you should put.
Oh,
has that idea been proposed?
I don't think so, but I think that'll be a sick idea, man. I mean, and to have the snowboard nerfed in regions where there's no snow, because it makes absolutely no sense for the snowboard to function when there's no snow, and for a skateboard or for a hoverboard to function, you know, out of those snow areas. I think that's brilliant, Aski.
Yeah, I think so. Or just a Roomba, you know, those Roombas that you use to vacuum your house, but they modify it. I don't know. I think there's a lot of ideas that you can chime in as. I mean, the fact that snowboards can somehow still function on dirt is a miracle. It's technological advancement.
Oh, what is this potato doing?
Down. That was too close.
Way too close, man. I mean, unfortunately, Potato does not have a first aid kit or an adrenaline, and by the looks of it, his team members are not dropping him one, so none of the team members in the Immortals Elite have got any sort of medikit with them, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to save their team members, which is going to be a huge problem as we drop into the second last save zone. In here, chaos will be erupting soon. It has been erupting off screen quite a bit already, if I'm honest.
Yeah, goodness me, I feel like I'm literally in a war zone right now, like in real life. As speaking about that, already 4 kills coming through, but we're looking at Team 9 Evil Virus. They already have 12 in the bag, so this is looking pretty darn good for them. And speaking about that, we are getting a taste of what the previous champions can do as well. 32 members still alive, and Crazy Kai about to get those shots in, and he takes out the members from X-Tiger, and he's gonna go for Lady M as well. Just some precise headshots coming through for Evil Virus.
Whoa! The third one as well. The AK-47 Kuromaku just absolutely annihilates, especially if it's in the hands of a player like Crazy Kai. 15 kills picked up so far, and Evil Virus, just as usual, look like they want to secure that top spot. And Emily gets knocked down by Crazy Kai. This guy's on absolute fire, Husky.
Yeah, you're looking at 50 kills for the entirety of the team, and in fact, they just relocated themselves as well. One of their members actually took the airborne and just jetpack his way onto that high ground, so it's going to give them a lot of vantage point to work with. And we also saw on the kill feed that the Immortals Oppa are losing members left, right, and center, and we're about to reach the final phase of this game pretty soon. As Crazy Kai starts with those 9, and it's going to be Potato losing that helmet, able to duck down just in time. But with Evil Virus just having so much vantage point, it's going to be pretty hard. In fact, Crazy Kai about to go duck hunting with that sniper rifle.
Okay, Now let's see exactly what else can Kai get done in here. But Pathi right there in front of him. Bye-bye, little pigeon. But the opportunity to take down Crazy Kai will arrive for Pathi's partner. But unfortunately, Crazy Kai is just way too fast. Smoke bomber action gets the pop, and everybody will run away. Adrenaline getting pumped as well as Crazy Kai prepares for more slays. 8 kills right now, and he just wants more. Cracks right there in front of him. He spots Cobra, and Oppa will be losing that Cobra. No! Cobra manages to slither away, and right now, Team Oppa right above Evil Virus. Question is the numbers game. Can Kimi Mix overcome this?
Oh, they're about to try and flush him out, and Kimi's just trying to stay alive as long as he can. This is the last stand, but Crazy Kai, those maneuvers, those fancy feats, gets a kill, steals the level 3 vest, and in fact gets away as Pochung now racks up those kills for the team. 21 so far. That's 1/4 of the entire lobby taken out by Evil Virus themselves, and they're not stopping. In fact, with 6 more alive and 4 of them being on Evil Virus' side, this is definitely going to be their round.
Yeah, GG, man. This is IQ 3000 play, right? Because none of the other players have got a ninja on them. Kimi Mix just crawling away from that Nova gas. Not much damage will fall onto this guy. He has got no more adrenaline on him. And this is going to be a problem. Kimi Mix backs away. And he's got the Echo in hand. Unfortunately, Echo demonized to the back as Haji Khatam secures that final kill. And Evil Virus once again will show the whole of Malaysia that they are the top dogs.
Yeah, getting the first place is one thing, but getting the first place once again as the defending champions, that's an amazing achievement. 23 kills. Like, I'm not good at mathematics, but that's 38 points from match 1 alone. Just tactical genius. Like, enlist this guy in the army, they will serve and protect the nation, because this is just a joy to witness. I cannot express how amazing they play.
Yeah, 22 kills in here in total. Not too shabby at all from the Immortals Oppa getting those 10 kills, but unfortunately they couldn't have the full squad in for that final circle. And you know, going up against a team like Evil Virus without a full squad on your end is just absolute craziness. But the fact that Kimi Mix was able to survive for so long, not to pick up that second spot, but to survive at least for that long was nothing short of impressive, Husky.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to take the L and get whatever consolation prize that you can receive. And the Immortals Oppa, they actually were able to rack up a decent amount of kills, albeit not as much as Evil Virus. I don't think even close to that amount, but the second place finish is something that they can be happy about.
Just 10 kills the Immortals Oppa managed to pick up for themselves. So at the moment, they've allowed Evil Virus to put this gap between themselves and them, right? And here's the thing. In the previous plunge, I believe there were just 4 rounds and not 6. And the Immortals Oppa managed to close that gap in the other 3 games that came after the first one, which they kind of botched up. So the opportunity of still overtaking Evil Virus is still there. But if anything, I'm quite sure that the Immortals as well as Evil Virus, these 2 teams are, gunning to secure that top 4 spots, and they look like they're gonna make it, at least based on match number 1.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, not sometimes, I think a lot of times when I look at Battle Royale with multiple spots to be offered up, and I see a team just being absolutely dominant, my mindset would be like, as long as the teams was able to qualify, that's enough. That's more than enough. You want to qualify, and the first place is probably a secondary thought. But let's take a look at the results of match number 1. A very action-packed round with Crazy Guy probably being creating his own highlight reel with 8 kills alone, as Evil Virus just takes that first place, no questions asked.
Oh, absolutely, man. Look at this, right? EV Angels picking up the second position with just 1 kill. At the end of the day, this is the Battle Royale and survival gets you the points. It really doesn't matter if you don't want to rake up those skill points for yourself. Clearly not the way the Immortals OPA plan to play this, as they pick up the third position for themselves with a total of 10 kills. The fourth spot has been taken by Team 21, the Immortals Mafia Queens. So 2 Evil Virus and 2 back-to-back Immortals right there. 3 back-to-back Immortals right there, because the 5th position has been taken up by Team 18, and that is the Immortals Malaysia Underrated, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And there in itself, you can see exactly what the Malaysian scene is being set up to be right now, and who are these clans that are dominating it, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, we even have, a Revolution Army 4 in 6th place. Then we have the Immortals, the lead from the Immortal clan as well in 7. And in 8th place, we have Kingsman. And of course, in 9th place, we have MY Elite. So we are already seeing a bit of a pattern, or I should say the dominant clan. But who needs a clan if you are as good as Evil Virus, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Evil Virus, they are absolutely crazy in the way they take these matches. The aggression is just very, very admirable. What surprises me is that the Immortals OPA have not learned from their experience in the grand finals of the previous Plunge and, come off even more aggressive than they have done in this particular game. Now, will they be showing us that aggression in game number 2? No doubt at all. If anything, history has shown us a very, very clear sign that, if anything, Evil Virus and the Immortals OPA, they will be able to show us all of that, right? Let's take a quick look at the 10th position in here, picked up by Team 19, Reminiscent 7-fold Titan, with the total of 9 kills on the board for themselves. 11th spot picked up by the Immortals Savage with a total of 3 kills. And the 12th position goes to Team 11, Kami Santai Saja, with a total of 4 kills. This is very surprising. The 13th position is held by Team Existence. I expected way more out of Existence. Unfortunately, they only managed to bag 1 kill in here for themselves, Sasuke.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you start things off, I guess we can cut them some slacks, at least for round number 1, at least for match 1, right? Because some teams, maybe they just unlucky, maybe they haven't warmed up just yet. 14th place being taken by MY Legend Hero, and of course 15th place we have PGN Alpha, one of the teams that we were able to capture on broadcast, who had a pretty rough start, but they were able to walk away with 8 kills of their own, so not too shabby, I say.
Yeah, not too shabby at all, my friend. And let's take a quick look at the rest of the list in here. In the 16th position, we have got Team 14, the Immortals Rampage. They were one of the first ones to pick up guns from the airdrop. Clearly, that was not enough. So Akumaman, Katsi, Akumat, as well as Dexter need to show us that hustle a little bit more. 17th as well as the 18th spot will go to Team 7 EV Princess, as well as Team 17 Generation X. And the 19th and the 20th position has been taken up by Team Dios, as well as United Union, who got, eliminated so early on in that game. Are we going to be able to see consistency? Are we going to be able to see the same teams dominating? Or is this going to be shaken, stirred, and thrown all around the room for us to have a unpredictable build-up towards the final match of the day in Yasuke?
Yeah, I mean, when you say unpredictable, that's exactly what I want to see from these teams. And of course, the biggest question when it comes to Battle Royale, other than is a team good enough, will be, is the team consistent enough to be good and get those results in? Because you can have a amazing round, but if you blow all your other matches, it's not going to matter too much. And obviously that question has been answered by Evil Virus in the previous Plunge, but you know what they say, new Plunge, new champion. So let's see if they can hold on to that spot.
Oh, absolutely, man. And, Evil Virus have shown us in the past. And this is all just breaking down in the exact same way. And I don't want to talk about Evil Virus. I don't want to talk about the Immortals Opa anymore. I want to talk about the other teams. But the other teams need to give us something to talk about, right? And what I was about to say was the fact that Evil Virus has shown us that no matter how hot they are on their heels, how hot the Immortals Opa are on their heels, they won't be able to catch up. And this has been proven time and time and time again. The Immortals have not been able to catch up with the Evil Virus, just like how humanity hasn't been able to catch up with the most recent virus that has been hitting us, right? Are we going to be able to see the tables turned in here, Husky? If anything, I want to see that happen today. Not necessarily by the top dogs, but like you mentioned, man, maybe an underdog might kick all of these guys to the side.
I mean, when you put it that way, I would want to see humanity win out now. Now, Evil Virus is off my list. Actually, it has been on the back of my mind for the entirety of Map 1. I'm like, wait, this is eerily similar to what is happening in real life, and they are taking over with a lot of body counts. It's getting pretty dark, but I'm just saying they are proving themselves to be very good, and that team name didn't really age too well, at least when it comes to real life circumstances. But nonetheless, it was great to see them back on top, and I would want to see someone else at least give them a run for the money.
Absolutely, man. And let's break down a little bit more of what we saw in there, right? The classes that were being used were not really varied from all of those teams, did we? We kind of saw a lot of ninjas, not many ninjas in there. We definitely saw some airborns. The trap masters were not being in a lot of use. The defenders definitely were in there. But my question is, are we gonna be seeing more of these tricksters, more of the poltergeists that you pointed out earlier as well, Husky? Because those are the kind of classes that will be able to kind of make these matches a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I am not a guy that can fight really well, right? You give me a gun, I would give it back to you. I would prefer to be a support player. So classes like the poltergeist, like the trap master or the ninja, even the clown to a certain extent, kind of fits my taste buds a bit more, right? You're able to cause distraction, you're able to be a bit sacrificial on top of being selfish, and sometimes being selfish allows you to play more freely and create those openings for your team. So I do want to see that as we proceed throughout the other matches.
Yeah, yesterday, right, I witnessed an amazing takeover. And this was a momentous occasion within the whole of the grand finals of the Philippines Plunge, right? There was a distraction gameplay by 3 players and just 1 defender that dropped behind the enemy lines, and everybody turned around at the same time. He pops his defender, blinds them, and takes 3 kills back to back, man. And those are the kind of exciting moments that we want to see at the Malaysian Plunge itself. How many teams will be able to serve up such mechanically skilled gameplays? I'm not sure. We haven't been able to see a lot of the the gunfights as well as the actions in match number 1, but hopefully more to come in match number 2, Aske.
Yeah, I mean, we have 6 matches. We only went through the very first match, and everything just feels tastier than what I had for dinner. I had spicy mac and cheese, if you're curious.
I was curious, but just as you were saying that, I heard a little voice whisper in my ear that we are about to go on a break, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So we will take a break so I can grab myself a quick bite, and we will see you guys in about 10 minutes.
X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed.
The top 20 teams from Malaysia are ready to take the plunge once more as we continue this appropriately named the Plunge Malaysia Grand Finals, where 4 teams will secure the slot in the Garena Invitational Battle Royale. Of course, joining alongside me on this broadcast is the Mustachio AJ as always, and my name is Husky.
Oh, okay. So game number 1 has shown us that the names that we were looking out for are the names that are reaching up to the top. One surprised me a little bit. EV Angels picking up that second position purely with placement. So hopefully we see a little bit more firepower coming in from EV Angels second time round, because it's great, right? Being able to secure that second position. But if you cannot keep it up in terms of consistency and, you know, getting that placement points on your side, it's not really going to fare well over 6 matches, purely just depending on placements.
Yeah, you know, as a lot of people would always say, you can't hide forever. And even though you can get those placement points, hypothetically, if they were able to get second place for all 6 matches, that's 13 times 6, and there's not a lot of points compared to teams who got placement points plus a lot of kills. But is it fair to say that there's always been a rivalry between the likes of Evil Virus and the Immortals Oppa?
You know, the scene has been growing in Call of Duty Mobile for a while, right? And they're always loggerheads at each other, but it's still a very small community at the end of the day. And thankfully, the Call of Duty Mobile, the community itself is not super toxic. So all of these guys, they go into lobbies, they want to trash each other, but they're really good friends outside, right? So I wouldn't say the rivalry is at a very high level, but at the same time, this is for the opportunity at the inaugural Garena Invitationals Battle Royale. Yeah, friendship kind of gets thrown out of the window, I think, Husky.
I can't get enough of inaugural. You know, everything just feels so grand. But I agree. You know, if I meet my best friend in the game, my objective is not to give way. My objective is to smash him, tell him how bad he is, and then we go out for a drink. That is what I would do.
If I find Contra in the game, probably what I would do. Contra, my man, you know we love you, bro. Now, here's the thing, right? Are we going to be able to see a different team step up? Or is it going to be the same old, Because I'm going to start falling asleep if it's going to be the same old, Husky.
You sure? I don't think I will. You know, it feels like I think I've mentioned this a lot of times. It feels like I'm watching a war movie, and in fact, all good movies need an encore. So let's look at the post-analysis. Let's look at the highlights from match number 1 and see what we can pick out and identify that gave these teams the performance that they got.
Yeah, this was the team number 6 in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and I don't really think the Kingsmen have been performing in here all that too well. This was the chase and the hunt for PGN that came through for the Oppa squad. They didn't manage to snuff all of them out though, Husky.
Yeah, thankfully, I think PGN Alpha was able to get at least 2 of their members back. So that really did help in the long run, but this is where Banana just gets an easy kill off of the detonation. I mean, you pointed out, right? Fail Grand Theft Auto. I agree. You don't want to escape by stealing a cargo truck. That is the worst vehicle that you can try and drive away with. But we saw a lot of great performances, and I think when we got to this final zone, it's just Evil Virus taking over the game.
Yeah, and you know, standard setup by most of these players, right? They bring in the smoke bomber. You've got your defender in there. The airborne is pretty much a must in terms of mobility and getting your teams to all of these prime positions. But we have not seen many of the teams using the spotter. Quite a number of them think that, you know, the class is still a little weak. It needs a little bit of a buff because, you know, it brings in the cluster strike. The problem is it gives your enemies a warning that there's going to be a cluster strike. So you get to get away.
You know, back in the old days before war, two factions would warn each other that there's going to be a war. So I think the spotter is going down that road. But unfortunately, when you have 20 squads trying to take your head off, that is definitely something that needs to be reconsidered. But I get the sentiment, right? Having such a powerful artillery, you definitely need something to kind of compensate for its power, and I think that warning is just sufficient, but maybe it needs a bit of tuning.
Yeah, and you know, this is one very interesting point. The fact of the matter is, when you die and then you get your dog tag scanned, you come right back into the match. At the moment, you are able to choose a different class. So if you drop in and you find that, you know, maybe you're not really doing the damage, maybe, you know, the team composition itself is falling apart and you're not really functioning well in the match, maybe the teams can try to switch it up a little bit. And I want to really see a team exploit the spotter class in the final zone. Because when you bring the spotter into a battle royale in such an open field, you give them a warning as well. They're going to be able to slip and slide away from the cluster strike. In the final zone, my friend, there's nowhere to go. Everybody's there. You're bound to get a couple of frags straight up. That's easy points.
Yeah, I mean, they're going down together, right? Like if someone is gonna go down, they're going down with the guy with the spotter. So yeah, I did not really thought of that until you mentioned it. So now it gives a whole new perspective of how to navigate into the later stages of the game, and the fact that you can come back as a different class with that second life just gives so much variety on how to tackle this whole battle royale genre. And that's what I've always loved about the franchise, from back in the days. As just a spectator to still a spectator, but always fascinated about what Call of Duty brings. I mean, in other titles that within the same genre, you don't see helicopters. Now, I don't see an Apache helicopter flying at me. I don't see that anywhere. But Call of Duty, they take it up a notch, and I think it's at a very sweet spot right now.
Yeah, and it's not just taking it up. It's how do you maintain a balance in that Battle Royale match itself by introducing so many of these OP vehicles, right? You introduce a tank, and you expect a bunch of players in a squad to take on that tank and then win. How do you get a fair balance out of it in a competitive scene as well, right? And that's exactly what Call of Duty Mobile has perfected over time. The game clearly didn't start off at this level of perfection, but season after season, those balances, those tweaks, Husky, has just been perfect, just enough.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And even with how I would say, all this nitty-gritty detail that a lot of people might not pay much attention to, they excite me a lot. We look at other titles, everyone dropping from the same airship, but this one, everyone has their own personal carrier, and how cool is that? You don't get this anywhere else. And even though so far for the Battle Royale mode, there's only one map, but you can see that they have been updating it every single season, and we're about to get a clash early on as well.
I was about to say that we are going to get really excited up on the Sky platform because I saw about 5 teams hover over it, but 3 squads immediately backing away, but they have the exact same idea, all of them going into the radar base. Team number 6, 11, as well as 16, and it is going to be a freaking party down there at that radar base, Husky.
And you already heard the announcer calling out first blood, as we already have 2 guys losing their lives early on. So hopefully those dog tags can be recovered, as there is still the early stages of the game. But as you said, we are expecting some action, and we are getting it right off the bat. Ketchik will be the victim of these early conflict, but feels like radar base. Even though with 3 teams, you can see the blackout is already there. Ice pick onto Team 12 Existence. Not really able to guide them as information. Muddy will go for that reconnaissance and get the dog tag off his buddy back.
Okay, now Muddy's doing really great here so far. Zephyr has not been taken out just yet. Poltergeist in action right now. And this is what I like to see, right? The extra speed of that extra burst of speed that you get as soon as you turn into the Poltergeist. But this is the weakness that we were talking about, Husky. If your opponents are a little bit attentive, they will be able to spot you out.
And, the Ghostbusters are in action. The Immortal Savage able to track down this Poltergeist and eliminate him. And in fact, for the side of Team 12 for Existence, they pretty much are down to just one guy. Tiger is going to come back. Marty's dog tag is out in the open, but with the Immortal Savage guarding that, I don't see any chance for the members to retrieve that.
Yeah, not at the moment anyway. And in a few seconds, of course, Muddy's going to expire as well, and the Immortal Savage will be backing away from that dog tag. Basic play coming through. Unfortunate for Team Existence. Yeah, I highly doubt Muddy will be making an appearance back in here, unless they get really lucky, though, because for some odd reason, sometimes these teams just back away from the dog tag.
Yeah, and there is a good reason to guard those dog tags, but at the same time, if it's in an open area, you don't really want to hang around for too long. And I understand if the Immortal Savage calls the team to back off, because you will be exposed as well. And it seems to be the case. They might just be able to retrieve Muddy.
Well, Tiger is on the way back in here now, and he's not going to fly directly in towards Muddy because that MW11 in his hands won't be able to do much at all. Kami santai saja on the approach towards that black market. Haji Ketom shoots the FHJ towards the airdrop, which means his team is going to be able to get an early upgrade 20 teams still in here. I'm very surprised about that, quite honestly, because I expected United Union to get eliminated really early on because they actually shared the same drop with Evil Virus.
And they were the first team to be completely knocked out in the first match, so you definitely don't want to have the same result. And still staying in this game, in this round itself, is a huge deal, especially when you have a very underwhelming opening. And in fact, this is going to be a slower round, surprisingly, as we only have 5 confirmed kills, but that is not taking into account any of these revival fights coming in as well.
AK-47 Frostbite. The moment this goes on sale, I'm extremely sure so many of the Call of Duty mobile players will be rushing to purchase this crate, man. This gun is just OP on a whole other level, right, Husky? You know, we've discussed the gunsmith at length, and in the gunsmith, you are able to mod your gun. You're able to put on 5 attachments. One of those attachments are the sights on the gun. That particular AK-47 Frostbite comes with a unique iron sight, which means you don't have to put on an attachment, which means you get an extra attachment on your gun from the gunsmith. That's OP, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And Oblivion's about to see Professor going onto the chopper. He's able to, get onto it as well. And it's a pretty interesting interaction. I think they are... It doesn't feel like they're buddies, but, we looked away at the very last moment. But we gotta set our eyes onto Eevee Princess, onto Wink in particular, as they were one of the teams who were able to make it to through that first match without much problems in terms of placement. But when it comes down to those kills, they need a bit more of those numbers.
Oh, here comes the action right now. PGN is going to be Bollock Tech going in for those shots. Unfortunately, does not get the knock. The motorcycle a little too fast. Mortar does manage to get Merpati down, though. The delete doesn't come through, and PGN will still be going on the hunt. Bollock Tech should have just been a little bit more patient there. He would have been able to get the knock, but he himself understands the urgency of moving because that zone has left them behind.
And KFC is about to be fried pretty soon, as they are gonna get absolutely ambushed, surrounded by MY Elites. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. MY Elites coming in to challenge PGN Alpha. In the first match, they were challenged by the Immortals Oppa, but right now, they have a new contender, and they just could not catch the break. Utility is getting called out by Bollock Tech, as he's coming in to provide those reinforcements for his teammates. Wick also knocked down. They see Aimee, and they were able to get him as well.
Oh, excellent play coming in here. One final player from team number 24 on the approach from the back. This is a 2-on-1 situation. Jiro should not be able to get this. Boys, is he going to be able to get this knock, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? AK-47 Blackrock in here as tenacious as the AK-47 skins do come in here. Jiro will be trying to get away. A vehicle right there in front of him. ATV should be more than enough. Boys brings out the Locust instead. And what a shot! He will be able to get that kill.
And one bullet was all it took for PGN Alpha to get those first 4 kills. A way better start compared to match number 1. And unfortunately for MY Elites, they will have to sit this one out. And it never ceases to amaze me that how skateboard on dirt is just faster than bullets from an assault rifle. Like, that's the beauty of the game. Like, I'm not complaining. I'm a very logical person,
Here is the part where I reveal something so crazy to you, right? It's not. The snowboard is a meta that is only usable if you can maneuver yourself around on that map flawlessly. And if you knock into an obstacle, if you make one wrong move, you jump at the wrong time, and that snowboard becomes your biggest enemy. You open up that snowboard at the wrong time, it slows you down even slower than walking speed. So you need to know exactly when to pop it out as well. And many players have thought that, the snowboard is like the thing, that if you have the snowboard, you can win the match, and have gone splat on windscreens before.
And it's going to be a guerrilla warfare set up by Generation X. They are hiding in all this foliage, and this might be a pretty decent decision, because so far they are pretty far from civilization itself. As the second circle has already kicked off. It's only 1 minute for these teams to reposition themselves.
Yeah, Team 17 just smack dab in the middle of that zone as they will be waiting for all of the other players to come in and say hello to them as well. Of course, the the highest pressure will be coming in from those airdrops. Virgil going in for the chase, and he should be able to find his player now, but this is just a game of cat and mouse. Echo on that gameplay. Wukong right there behind him. EDM gets taken down, and this is gonna be Team Reminiscent Sevenfold Titan showing off a little bit of what they are made of.
And they already knew that Echo was in there from the moment they stepped into the compound. You can see the amount of confidence from Pure Zhao. He didn't even check the second floor. He knew that someone was there. Just pops that grenade, a smoke grenade, just in case. And that was exactly what they found. A free kill and entire control of this area. They will have PGN Alpha close to them, but they're not going to cross path. In fact, they will just take this bridge and relocate themselves into a new place.
Yeah, the zone is already closing in, and none of these teams can afford a gunfight outside of that zone. Something of the likes that might happen between team number 6 as well as 5 outside towards Frigid Wetland, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They are coming across each other as they are scurrying in towards that zone. They will go past team 14 as well. Wukong and team on team 19 scurrying towards that zone. Right in front of them will be team 20 Dios. The opportunity of catching them outside the zone is quite great. Getting involved in a gunfight, not that smart. Wink with a beautiful hop over the bridge will continue in towards Sanitarium. Team 18 on the way there. The Immortals Malaysia underrated. Are we going to have a gunfight? We have to wait a few more moments, Yasuke.
Team 19 and 20 just trying to get some space before they go into the circle. It is going to be near Sanitarium, and it seems like Wukong has some ideas of trying to get those vantage points as they are circling around Dios as the Reminiscent Sevenfold Titans. They do have a better position close to the zone, so they are keeping Team 20 at bay, but PG and Alpha, they're about to join the fight pretty soon as well.
Okay, this is Team Evil Virus Princess in the vicinity, and of course right there behind them, Revolutionary Army 4 dog tag here picked up by Wink. Indra has got 1 dog tag as well, so that's more than okay for Evil Virus Princess. They just need to get away to a safe distance and then go in for the scans. But if they do it now, the team members can come right back in, and it looks like Indra has already scanned. Wink is a little bit late, which means for 2 minutes, Malaysia will not be able to join them. What a unfortunate situation. Going into the next zone with just 3 players, not the best of situations to be stuck in.
Yeah, and you don't really want to hot drop straight into a war zone when you come back to life, so this is gonna be a tough position that they have put themselves in. But being able to camp themselves in rigid wetlands should give them a bit of a safe haven as Team 11 Kami Santai Saja just passes by, and in fact, they might just run straight into the Immortals Rampage because they do have them on their radar.
Yeah, the Immortals Rampage right now on the way to meet Evil Virus Princess as well. This is a meeting between these 3 clans that can happen any moment now. And if we are lucky, EV Angels will drop into the vicinity as well to say hello to all of us. So let's see exactly what breaks down here. Dexter as well as Akuman dropping low on that HP. Maman has not been able to pick them up just yet. Akuman will be safe. Dexter is going to be running out of time and gets turned into a dog tag. Thankfully, 50 seconds more, and they should be able to bring Dexter right back in here. Let's watch this gameplay by the Immortals Rampage as well as the other teams in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because they need to start making a move yet again in about 35 seconds as that safe zone will bring them towards the outside regions of Frigid Wetland.
It's all about the timing. Akumama really needs his buddy back. We need Dexter back, and he's able to do it just in time. So they're gonna be fully healthy with all 4 members live for the next circle. Just 10 more seconds until we're about to get into a more chaotic stage of the game with 18 teams still left alive in this game.
Crazy guy still torturing all of the other players with his locust. It's going to be Primo in here from the team that I expected to get eliminated so early on. Good on them that they've managed to survive. But look at this, right? The predicament is the fact that 18 teams are still alive in here, which means they really need to struggle to hold on if they want to make anything out of all of their survival skills thus far. Dios Wesley getting taken down by the safe zone there. Not the best of moments for him.
Yeah, I would say they're in a pretty decent spot. Finally made it into the circle. They now can kind of just try and gatekeep as many teams as they can. And in fact, they might have to evacuate as those bombardments is going to come through. So unfortunately for United Union, they got to relocate themselves. And in fact, they will be in the compound of PG and Alpha. This is going to be a standoff. And only one team will walk away alive. And immediately, it's going to be YB from Dios taking their first kill.
Okay, now 2 of the tanks that have been dropped into this map have been commandeered by team number 8, Revolution Army 4, as well as team number 18, the Immortals Malaysia Underrated. We have been able to see exactly the kind of damage the tank brings into the game, but that will not be possible if some of these teams have got an FHJ runner on their side. A couple of, slugs towards the tank should be more than enough as Danielle brings in that AK-47 and takes out Bollock Tech. This is going to be CJ with the United Union still moving in ever so slowly into the safe zone and surviving every single step of the way. Still 18 teams standing here, Husky.
And remember early on, PG and Alpha was able to survive against MY Elite, but maybe not this time as Mortar also gets taken down. So PG and Alpha, they have completely lost 3 of their members. There's still one less survivor, but with the circle closing in to a very congested spot, we're about to see those airborne jetpacks being deployed. It's going to be a chaotic one.
Oh, Primo, I'm so sorry for you, my man. Primo cannot pick up the airborne and shoot up into the sky, I believe. I think the rock is blocking his way, and he will need to make his way into the circle with just the snowboard. Now, let's bring this in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Team 16 trying to hold a circumference right outside of the next safe zone. Lily in here already gets a hit off that adrenaline, 150 HP, but just that level 1 West right now on her. That's not going to be enough at all to tank all of these shots. Harley coming in to say hello, and it will be a 2-3% hold on this hut. The Immortals Rampage Maman right there outside. It can be great to hold on to buildings like this, but a couple of Novas in there and it's game over, Husky.
This is what it looks like on the street without any traffic control, just rampaging vehicles. We see a lot of rundowns with that cargo truck as it was utilized to perfection, but at least for the Immortals Mafia Queens, they have gotten themselves a base. Kizuki just hovering outside from the side of Generation X. This is gonna be a bloodbath, as we can see Revolution Army 4, they're just going around in the cargo truck.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all, man. I mean, they are looking for a couple of kills with that truck, but like I've pointed out already, it's not going to be super easy unless all of these players hoard themselves into a very, very small part of that map, right? Look at Akuman just, rubbing shoulders with the ORE and getting away. The vehicles aren't able to turn super fast, especially the cargo truck, right? So, very little hope in a lobby with this skill level.
And Krax is pretty much going to bleed out. Don't think his teammates can bring him back to life. So Revolution Army, they just lost one of their buddies. So as Popa is still trying to look for those kills, but around him, this is just carnage everywhere.
How long is he going to drive around and miss everybody around him? He gets a beautiful knockdown on Ghost, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And Papa is on the prowl. Are we going to be able to see him get more with Big Bertha on the toe? It is going to be Rev for Papa with one more opportunity. This time, the Immortals get right there in front of him. It is going to be Kuchin Gila in the truck together with Papa as well, trying to get these knocks. He can jump out of the truck real quick and go in for those takedowns, but we will be switching our attention over to a little bit more action in here. Team 16 still alive and kicking. United Union with Danny on the ground, waiting for Primo to crawl towards him.
Cobra just got taken up by Big Bertha as well. How is no one dealing with the cargo truck? Like Revolution Army, they're just given the leeway to just drive around like absolute madmen. So everyone's playing it the right way with those guns. But look at that. Like, how are you not intimidated? Danny L just brushing shoulders with the cargo truck once more. 18 still left alive. Evil Virus, they're not going to be happy with that, especially when they got humiliated with that vehicular accident. They still have their whole squad alive, so this might be another chance for them to secure a second round.
Yeah, so in a zone like this, right, you bring in the cluster strike. It's GG, my friend. Who's going to be able to survive it, right? Where are they going to run? Into the hands of another team right in front? It just increases your capability in the matches. Beautiful smoke bomb dropped in here by Danny L. Going in for that shot. Will be able to survive. First aid kit applied as well. 100 HP back in here. And United Union still survives.
Oh, Akuma, you did not just do that. He comes in, gets the kill, and he just slides out. He just slides out with his, what do you call this, the snowboard. He just gets away. Danny L did not know what hit him, but thankfully he is still alive. Sole surviving member. As you can see, the resurrection flight is already in. 5 more teams left alive on this map.
This is crazy, man. 5 more teams, but just 6 more players. How are we going to see this happen? And it's going to be team number 9. Evil Virus once again alive with the 2-man gameplay. And that's going to be more than enough in terms of the numbers play. But it is also the Immortals right behind. The Immortals rampage, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is not going to be easy for Danny. 2 Titans on towards the left and right, and Crazy Kai will get that takedown with that AK-47. And on the prowl, Evil Virus will once again go.
Yep, and it's going to be Evil Virus having the man advantage. It's going to be a 2 versus 1 versus 1. And Crazy Kai, he sees something in the air. And it's about to be a free pickoff. You can find this. Akuma is going to bleed out to death. And Crazy Kai and his buddy, they're just waiting. But they need to survive this zone as well. Can they get it? And in fact, they do. Malati just not able to survive, dies mid-air. And guess what, Evil Virus? They're gonna take a second round for themselves.
I love it. I love it, and at the same time, I'm very worried for my region, right? This is Malaysia, and looking at the way these wins are being taken by the other teams, they really need to step it up, man, because, you know, it's not just about the survival, it's about going in there and bringing out those tactics and using this grand finals as also a practice ground for what's going to happen in the future, right? Because these tactics is definitely not going to fly to get you the top 4 spot, and they will definitely not fly at the inaugural Garena Invitationals Battle Royale.
And I recall that while you were doing the semifinals with Bimami, you did express a bit of your how you feel towards the meta, right? You don't want to see people just flocking in with 50 guys in the last circle. You want to see a 1-to-1 or a 2 versus 2 face-off, but we're not getting there just yet. But let's take a look at the results for match number 2. And of course, we know Evil Virus, they were the winning team once more, but let's see what else has changed on the leaderboard.
Absolutely, man. Evil freaking Virus with the win once again, and this time they will pick up 11 kills, and it's gonna be the Revolution Army 4 in that second position with a total of 8 kills on their side, and the Immortals Rampage with a total of 10 kills for themselves. This time round, the United Union Team 16 does so much more better. You know, instead of getting taken out the first in this time, just like they were in round number 1, they are in the 4th spot with a total of 8 kills. What a huge contrast from game number 1. And of course, team number 18, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Immortals Malaysia, underrated, managing to pick up that number 5 spot with a total of 11 impressive kills, Sasuke.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just quickly point out before we move on that Papa has 6 kills, and I dare say that at least 5 of them were from the cargo truck. Big Bird did a lot of work for Revolution Army 4. But in 6th place, we do have the Immortals Mafia Queen getting themselves 6 kills in the process. In 7th place, we have Team 7 Evil Virus Princess with 5 kills. 8th place, we have Team 23, the Immortals Savage with 5 kills for themselves as well. In 9th place, it's going to be the Immortals Elite with 3 kills.
Yeah, and I don't think, Rev 4 is going to be able to use that particular Rev for Popper's meta that much in the future because, the trip mine is going to be making its way around the Battle Royale soon enough. And that's the perfect way to take these big vehicles down. And it's going to be the Immortals Opa this time around picking up the 10th position. Not too shabby at all in terms of the kills that they've managed to pick up for themselves. A total of 10. Team number 6 in here, the Kingsmen, in the 11th position with a total of 1 kill. And Team Existence with that 12th spot with a total of 2 kills. In your 13th position, you will have Evil Virus Angels. No kills on the board for themselves. R7 picks up that 14th position with a total of 9 kills. And that 15th spot goes to Kami Santai Saja with a total of 5 kills.
Yeah, and I think R7 did a... Well, I want to say a splendid job, but 14th place does not really reflect doing a good job, but the fact that they were able to get a decent amount of kills does put them in a more comfortable spot, to be able to catch up. But we have the bottom 5 teams. We have in 16th place, it's going to be PGN Alpha, a team that has 2 rough rounds so far. They only got 4 kills. In 17th place, rightfully, is Generation X, Team 17 with 2 kills. In 18th place, we have Dios with 1 kill. 19th place, we have MY Legend Hero with no kills. And at the bottom is going to be Team 24, MY Elite with 2 kills of their own.
Okay. Now, did we get what we want? We wanted the board to get shaken up a little bit. We wanted to see different teams up there. And I guess we kind of got to a little bit of that, right? Rev 4 coming in here and they are shining up a little bit more. The Immortals Rampage picking up a little bit of shine for themselves. The Immortals Opa, on the other hand, not performing. And they're not going to be very happy with that, Husky.
I mean, at least Evil Virus didn't walk away with like 22 kills. This is definitely a more bearable result to look at if you are not Evil Virus. If you plan to take over them, at least you know that, okay, they are not going on a rampaging tear. They're not getting a 1/4 of the entire lobby. Instead, they're just getting the fair share of what everyone else has get. Popo got 6 kills with a cargo truck, so Evil Virus getting 10, 11 kills is not too big of a deal.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And here's the thing, right? We want to see all of them go in here and give it a fight, but it's not just qualifying in for the Garena Invitationals. It's not just the top 4 spot. Each and every single one of those top 10 positions will be able to take home a little bit of CP for themselves. So those rankings do matter. And that's exactly what these teams want. And Rev 4 has been able to show us exactly what they're made of. But consistency is a key in here, Husky. Can they do it the second time around? Will they be able to keep it up? Will we see the Immortals Opa step it back up, or are the other Immortals team gonna carry that brand? So much more in here. 4 more matches to go.
I mean, 6 of the 6 teams from the same clan in this tournament, they definitely want to leave a mark, even though they might not end up getting first place, but leaving a bit of that legacy around in the Plunge can be one of their goals. Although now what you said before we start the first game is starting to hold some form of truth, right? Because one of the ways to take on so many teams or a nation that plays a very safe meta is to just go full rampage, just go full aggressive, like what Evil Virus did, like what the Immortal Opa did. You catch these people off guard, you're getting those numbers in.
Yeah, and clearly all of the other teams are playing it safe, right? As a matter of fact, when we go into that final circle, we don't really see those engagements. We don't really see those gunfights. We don't really see those clutch moments with a 2 versus 1 or 1 versus 4, serious situations. Everybody just wants to camp. Everybody just wants to allow that safe zone to get that job done for them. In order to win a couple of placement points that may fare well, but to be able to use this practice ground, to elevate your own momentum, to elevate your own status or your abilities in the game is really important, right, Husky? I mean, we've talked about this in the past. You want to be a champion, you go in there and compete. You want to be the best of champions, you compete with others who are on the same level or better than yourselves. And that is the only way you can improve.
Yeah, and I think we also went through this previously where you don't want to play to not lose. You want to play to win. You know, in the final circle, I was expecting a complete war zone. I was expecting mayhem. I was expecting people to get shot left and right, but it felt like I went to a skate park. You know, everyone was just driving around, they're waving to each other. I'm like, yeah, these guys are pretty friendly, but you know, I have the sense of urgency to make something happen, and perhaps after round 2, they will feel a bit more warmed up to bring that firepower to their opponents.
I hope so, right? Because there were a few key moments in there, even with Big Bertha driving around, right? The cargo truck, nobody shot the cargo truck. No FHJs were shot. All because nobody wanted to give away their positioning in that final circle. Whether that's the best of ideas or it's not, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will find out. Let's take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be round number 3 at the grand finals of the Malaysian Plunge.
Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. X3 deployed. X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed.
Welcome back to the Malaysian Grand Finals of the Plunge Battle Royale, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile as well as ESL Malaysia. 20 teams are currently battling it out and 2 crazy rounds have concluded. Evil Virus are standing on top of them all, victorious 2 times back to back. Will we continue to see this consistency? My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, bringing you all of the hot commentary.
Thank you very much. And we are still looking for that one humanitarian effort to come up with a vaccine to finally take down Evil Virus. But so far, we have not found any success. But what we do see in match number 2 is a bit of shake-up in the standings, except for the first place, where some teams have been able to make themselves more dominant. And we also saw some interesting meta with the Revolution Army bringing in the cargo truck, nicknamed Big Bertha, and getting 6 kills on one of their members.
Yeah, and that's surprising to me, right? And to see the cargo truck being brought around with none of those teams engaging the truck at all to take it down, allowing the truck to unleash so much of damage in there towards that final zone is just unheard of. I mean, if it's a tank, it's another story, but it was a cargo truck and no FHJs at all. Come on, Malaysia. I know we can step it up even further than that, right? Let's take a quick look at the post-analysis of this match and see the key highlight moments that we can probably break down for you guys.
I'm not gonna lie, this is probably the most confusing final circle that I've ever seen, but this is one of the more interesting contact earlier on between PG and Alpha taking on, I believe, MY Elites, where it was PG and Alpha who came out on top, and you have to give Iron Boys a lot of credit for making, ensuring that his team will survive until the end.
Yeah, man. And you know, that final shot from the Locust there was just pure perfection. United Union, the one that you just saw flashing across your screen, that was the team that got eliminated early on in game number 1, but survived onto the 4th spot, I believe, in this second game. That Big Bertha gameplay is just like what you mentioned, Husky. Crazy that they didn't take her down even earlier.
Yeah, they finally did it. And it was because of Crazy Kai, right? Crazy Kai was like, I think I've seen enough. You know, you've done your job. Here's your pay. Get out of the round. And obviously, Evil Virus, they didn't get the same amount of bodies in match 2. It's obviously way lesser than in match 1. But still, that placement points is going to come in pretty hot for a team that has so far been the most dominant squad in the Plunge.
Yeah, and I'm very, very happy to see consistency in terms of the classes being used by these players, right? Because in the past, as far as multiplayer has gone on, we've had so many of these big competitions. We are clearly able to see what these pro players are going in, what they're picking, what is their, choice of preference as far as the meta of the season goes. And when we drop into Battle Royale, especially for Call of Duty Mobile, the classes that you pick really does affect the game in many different ways. And this is a clear message being sent out to Call of Duty Mobile as to what the community, or at least the pro players, actually think what works on that battlefield. And that is a little disappointing if you ask me, because the fact of the matter is 16 classes are available, but we keep seeing those same few being used over and over again. I think some balances are about to come in Season 5, Husky.
Yeah, and hopefully that's the case. But I think one of the contributing factors is also how the teams themselves in Malaysia, so far we haven't seen too much of a diversity when it comes to playstyle, right? Sure, we have a couple of aggressive squads, but what we witnessed in the final circle of match number 2 was surprising, but not something that we want to keep seeing, right? Like I expect a lot of action, but when people are driving around in snowboard and high-fiving each other with the cargo truck. It feels very weird that you are so close to your enemies and those are points and you're not going for it. It feels like that they don't have the sense of urgency. Maybe it's just the first 2 rounds, but something needs to change.
Quite a number of teams in here as well at the grand finals, I have to say, are new names. And this is a very interesting fact, right? Quite a number of those big names went in for those qualifiers. They were not able to make it through to this day. And yet we get in here, but all of them don't want to show us what got them here in the first place. Don't tell me I'm not getting engaged in battles got you this far, because if that is what has managed to get you all of those wins, the teams like Evil, Virus, the Immortals, they are gonna punish you. And when I say the Immortals, I don't mention just specifically Oppa, because you've got Rampage, you've got Underrated in there, and they've brought in, so many of these other, elite. They brought in the Girl Squad as well. They are in here to absolutely crush the day, right? And they just want to dominate. To be able to dethrone them is an achievement of its own. Who's going to be able to do that is what I want to see in match number 3, Husky.
Yeah, but so far the storyline that we have been getting is basically just Evil, Virus taking on the entirety of the lobby, right? You have 6 different teams from the same clan, but none of them were able to go up against Evil, Virus, and I really do hope what you say, what you wish for during the semi-final come true. I can understand during the semi-finals with 40 teams playing, maybe you can play a bit safe, but now you have to switch things up. You have to be a bit hungry, and it feels like all of them have eaten before they even started playing, and we are getting a pretty awkward round so far.
Yeah, and for them to be able to step it up, I think we will start seeing these exciting rounds come in maybe match 3 onwards, when some of these teams just give up on all hope and they go into the lobby just to have fun, right? Because they're like, oh, okay, the top 4 is not for me, the top 10 is not for me. I'm just going to go in there and, just balls on the table, all guns blazing, die hard. That's the 80s team that we have in the Call of Duty Mobile recently introduced. And at that point, maybe things will get a little bit more interesting, Husky.
Maybe. But we do have something we want to show you guys. It's going to be the standings so far after both the first and second match. And let's take a look at the leaderboard and see who is currently sitting on top and who has a good chance of making it into the inaugural Garena Invitationals Battle Royale.
Absolutely, man. And of course, no prizes for guessing. Evil. Virus will maintain their top spot, 63 points with 2 wins in here so far, with a total of 33 kills. The Immortals, Oppa, as suspected, right hot on their heels, 34 points. What a crazy contrast, even between that number 1 and that number 2 spot, Husky. 20 kills in total for themselves. The Immortals, Malaysia, Underrated in the 3rd position with the 31 points. The Revolution Army 4 in the 4th position with the 30 points. The Immortals Mafia Queens with the 5th spot, 24 points, and equaling their performance, outdoing them in terms of kills, is the Immortals Rampage in that 6th position with the 24 points as well. Reminiscent Sevenfold Titan, Team R7 with the 22.7 spot. The Immortals Elite in the 8th position with the 21 points. United Union as well as EV Angels in the 9th as well as 10th position.
Up on the second half, we start things off with PGN Alpha in 11th. In 12th place, the Immortal Savage. 13th is going to be Kingsman. 14th will be KSS Kami Santai Saja. For 15th, it's going to be MY Elite. 16th, EV Princess. 17th, Existence. 18th, MY Legend Hero. 19th, Generation X. And at the bottom, anchored at the bottom of the ocean, is going to be Dios.
Okay, now, what does Dios need to do, to climb up of the board? A lot, my friends. a lot, yes. Right? Because so far in here, 1 point, and that 1 point has not come in from placement, only from a kill. You've got Generation X in a similar situation. My hero in there getting 1 placement points as well as 2 kills in there. They've got so much more to hustle for. The great news is, Husky, we've got 4 more matches for them to do that.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There's still a lot of chances for these teams to make an upset. Obviously, if you're at the bottom 5, it will be a long journey, but with how the point system is set up for Call of Duty Mobile, it is not that hard to catch back up. You just need 1 or 2 good games. And so far, you know, we talked about how the Immortals, they have 6 different squads in this grand finals, and we see 5 of them in the top 10. That says a lot about the quality of players that these guys are producing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I don't want to ask this question. Does that also ask a question of the quality that, you know, the Malaysian pro scene for Call of Duty Mobile itself is producing? What are the other clans doing? When are they going to step up their gameplay? And if this is anything, it's a challenge to all of the clans that is out there. Yang kat luar semua, what apa, guys? I mean, they are dominating. They are dominating the Malaysian scene right now. Just these 2 brands, Evil Virus as well as the Immortals.
Yeah, and just a bit of a chat jargon, we call it the resident sleeper. We need a bit more from these teams, but I'm definitely confident that they will have a rise. Maybe not now, but in the future for sure, as these teams will inspire a lot more amazing squads. But speaking about amazing squads, we're about to witness match number 3, and let's see if we are going to see a bit of shift in dynamics.
Well, the flight path will be cutting from the northeast all the way down to the southwest, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from Dormitory in towards Dock as well as Pier. The high-tier loot zones are downtown, Circus, Nuketown, as well as Countdown. I do not have eyes on the Sky platform. It might not be in this game, which means we don't get to be very excited early on in the game. A lot of these high-tier loot zones will not be visited by most of the teams usually, but of course, as usual, Evil Virus, the most aggressive ones, move in towards downtown, a high-tier loot zone, because they know nobody will challenge them there, Husky.
And I would say it is okay to just give away downtown to a team like Evil Virus. You know, you don't necessarily have to force and engage. You can just respect them for being a really good team. What teams need to consider is how do you transition, knowing that a strong team as such as Evil Virus has such high tier loot, and how do you go up against them when you eventually run into them in the later stages of the game?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that is going to be a great challenge, right? That is the chicken and egg situation. Do you go in here for the high tier loot zones, risk meeting? I mean, look at this, man. A legendary gun being picked up right as I say those words. Being able to step in and pick up these high tier loots, or are you going to risk going in here, picking up those basic guns, and then dropping in for the airdrop later on? It is your first elimination here of a team, and the Immortals nearly lost their lives. The Immortal Savage at that nearly lost their lives trying to eliminate their opponents.
Yep, able to get 4 kills in the back, not too shabby. And they also was able to get one of their members back on that revive flight in just under a minute. So at least they will have more than one guy to work with. But unfortunately, KSS, they are in the vicinity, and this dock is not about to shut down just yet. And in fact, Madayam, he has to try and hold back the entirety of KSS.
Oh, here comes that clown class. The music is just music to my ears these days. I used to hate those zombies, but with the pit bulls being added, I absolutely love it, man. AE86, AK-47 to the face. My IAM gets taken down from the models, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 2 teams have now been eliminated, and it will be a more aggressive game. Something that we've been asking for. We get what we want.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a lot of other titles out there, there is not much function. There's not much utilities. There's not much resources that you can use to gather extensive information. But Call of Duty Mobile excels in that, right? You have the clown class. You have so many other ways to find intel on your opponents, and it is great to see teams utilize that. You know, it's always about information. And then it comes down to the shooting. Knowing where your opponents are is better than knowing just how to shoot.
Yeah, so this is where I play devil's advocate and I make the players who picked all of these classes go like, what the hell, Mustachio? I thought you said something else, right? Being able to pick the clown class as well. It's not in the current meta, right? Yes, it has been introduced into the game. Yes, it's something new. Yes, it's going to throw your opponents off guard, but you've also got to see the level of where your opponents are at. Evil Virus being put in the spot with the clown class, I don't think so, because they counter the clown class very easily, wherein by they don't shoot the dogs, they shoot the player that released the dogs. They deal with the dogs later on, right? And those are the weaknesses of, I guess, trying to change it up a little bit and not going in here with that meta. But if you find that golden opportunity to catch a opponent off guard, hey, that's an easy 1 kill in the bag.
PGN Alpha able to still stay alive, and in fact, Iron Boy doing God's work, bringing his entire team back. So just needs to survive for under a minute outside of Outpost. This should be a decent spot as PGN Alpha. They are no strangers to early conflict. This is round number 3, and for 3 rounds in a row, they are enduring so much casualties early on.
Okay, so Rambo has managed to woo the lady in here, the lady being Danny L. Oh, Rambo, such a gentleman, man. Dropping the first aid kit as well as the shield for her as well. Manta Ray is super duper happy, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is a love story made in the server of game number 3 by ESL Malaysia. Danny on the way in. This is going to be Pochong on with the shots and knocks down Shukai. It is going to be Zyklon right there above him. Pochong will receive those shots. 47 HP, backs away. Crazy Kai with the damage right up top to ensure they do not get the kill on his friend. They will take the dog out as well. Very interesting tactic, dropping in all of the dogs from up top, Husky.
Yeah, KSS, they don't want to back down. In fact, they're taking the fight straight to Evil Virus, and it's the kind of aggressiveness we want to see. But can they make this work, though? They are pretty much isolated as Ade is going in against AE86. He runs out of bullet! He runs out of absolutely all of his ammunitions, and they will pay the price as 3 of the members get knocked down. KSS, they have lost this fight.
Yeah, man, Ade has got the combo of gods, all right? He's got the Echo as well as the sniper in his hand. He will be able to take you from far off. And if you ever try to get the surprise drop on him, he pulls that Echo out so fast. Couple of shots to the chest. Such a waste taking on Evil Virus in that form and not capitalizing at all.
Oh, that was such an unfortunate death as well, you know. AE86, he had the perfect opportunity, and in fact, the entirety of that whole clip, that whole magazine, Adek was in that reload animation, and unfortunately, none of the shots connected. Oh, what a way to go out, and not a good way as well. And to make matters worse, Crazy Kai is gonna come back with that next revival flight.
Yeah, man. 48 seconds away. On towards the left. One player from Kamisantai Saja. The surviving one. Who's just going to be sticking around. Why? Because he still needs those dog tags for himself to bring his team members back in here. Haji Ketom finding a level 3 vest. Will he leave it behind? Will he take it for himself? He picks it right up. He's not gonna yeah, he calls his friend as well to pick up the vest that he has left behind. Pochong is very, very thankful as they will continue in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bringing out the medic real quick as they will continue in towards the zone. It's just the first zone, so not too much to fuss about.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Virus, they have everything figured out, right? They have a way to protect the team in multiple ways. In fact, you know, they have the medic to heal themselves back up. Of course, we saw the defender being utilized as well. Kadu is the last man left alive for his team, and at least he will be able to bring 2 of the entire team, back to life. AE86 will get another shot at this match, but definitely an underwhelming start for KSS.
Yeah, well played by Kadu at the very least. I mean, he held back, he didn't get too aggressive, and he waited just long enough to be able to get safe passage in there, scan everyone back through and survive as well. Malati Wukong jumping in here right now. Kuchingila almost got taken down, but he would get dropped off. Why? Because the truck was driving right in towards his team members, and that was a trap laid out. A great call coming in from Wukong of R7, but right now they have to deal with Cracks as well as his Locust. The AK-47 crossband will pop out as well. The important thing here is the airdrop, and that has been fully commanded by the Revolution Army 4. None of the other teams will be dropping in to check in on them. That just means Rev 4 just got revved up.
And just what a Revolution need. Extra supplies to facilitate their takeover, but they might have gotten the supply, but right on top is going to be Big Birdie Apache from the Immortals of Malaysia, underrated. Just getting some intel and scouting out the Revolution Army. This might be an unavoidable fight. And in fact, Cracks is about to fire a couple of shots into his enemies.
The Immortals usually carry at least one player who drives the FHJ, so Poppa will be in trouble if he does want to stick around, and I believe Rev 4 makes the right call in here. They've already got what they want from that airdrop. No point forcing the issue, especially with a chopper that has a the FHJ on it, right? So they will back away. Question is, will they be allowed to run? EV Angel, the Kingsman right now in the vicinity with the Immortals Malaysia, underrated. Pochong dropping in, AK-47 takes down one Kurao, and this is GX, team number 17 right there in front of their Musket.
And Pochong's going to drop the shield from the defender as well. They are going in for the jugular, and unfortunately for the side of Generation X, they might be wiped out pretty soon. Pochong is just leading the charge. They're getting control of this building with the zone closing in. Evil Virus, they can just abandon the kills, and in fact, you can see that Generation X, they really want to get their members back up, but Crazy Kai is waiting. Kizuki is going to also lose his life. It's going to be Evil Virus wiping out almost entirely of Generation X.
Yeah, man. Unfortunately, Evil Virus is not just made up of one person. It is a whole squad. Each and every single one of these players so gifted. Akufei is camping right up top. Nobody seems to have spotted him just yet. They are looking for him. They can see his footstep in that house, so they know. And Crazy Kai has managed to spot him. He flies in towards the situation, but none of them are a ninja. Crazy Kai gets stuck onto this trap right now. They are still trying to spot the player on the roof, but to no avail. Are they going to be able to get this kill, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? The answer is most probably... Did they get the kill?
No, they did not. The blue zone got the kill. The zone got the kill.
Fair enough.
He bled out. But, you know, 56 players left and already 8 kills for Evil Virus. This is just insane. Of course, the Immortal Oppa Dingoes is getting a bit of a shot in onto that truck. They themselves has been doing pretty well so far as well. You know, like even in match 1, despite the fact that they did not win, they have shown incredible amount of efficiency and aggressiveness. And it's great to see them being able to put up those numbers early on.
Okay, the Immortals Oppas now hold an amazing position for themselves, right? They've got the hill, they've also got the water tower on top of the hill, which gives them that extra bit of elevation. And the Malaysian elite right there in front of them, and that's just gonna spell trouble for them. Kimmy Mix will go ahead to join the fray right now from that water tower, which means the Immortals Oppa are looking to make their way in further, closer towards the next safe zone. They've got a minute to do this. They still have their eyes on the Malaysian elite as Kimmy Mix knocks out the airdrop from the air. And this is going to be a very interesting approach to the next zone as they want to pick up the airdrop first.
Yeah, Pochong is prone down here and he has a lot of information. He sees the Immortal Elites, and in fact, there's just so much intel for Evil Virus. And Pochong, just like the myth, he's gonna spring right out and catch John off guard as the truck just not able to run over. This actually runs over Crazy Kai, but they should be able to get him up. And now the Immortal Elite, they smell blood, but they have to be careful because they're up against the best team so far in the nation. And Pochong might be able to get the drop, and yes, he does. Gets the ambush onto Ami. The second charge to come through, he uses the defender's shield, but he also gets knocked down as the rest of Evil Virus is able to come in. Adag with a purifier goes on a barbecue as he takes out 2, but the Immortal, at least the Immortals, they're coming back, they're retaliating. The Elites able to take the Adag as well, which Crazy Kai left alive all alone.
Oh, amazing play coming in here from Evil Virus, but not too shabby at all from the Immortals Elite. It's a one-on-one situation, but the Smoke Bomber won't be able to get that kill as Potato gets taken down. Crazy Kai with his AK-47 pumpkin head. This is what makes the Smoke Bomber so freaking OP. Please, for heaven's sake, Call of Duty Mobile, do not nerf the Smoke Bomber. Just buff the other class. Do not nerf the smoke. I repeat, do not nerf the smoke bomb.
And that is a full team wipe for a revive. Evil Virus gets the whole team back on that flight, and so much value has been obtained. And unfortunately for the Immortals Elite, they were that close. But if you leave someone like Crazy Kai alive, you're gonna run into a bit of problem. But also props to the team for bringing him back up when he got ran over early on.
crazy in here, right? And of course, bringing in the cargo truck is just going to get you so much, maybe a knock or two. You know, getting the delete itself is quite difficult as Ade now gets knocked down. Interesting move as they will have to move in towards the next save zone. Question is, are they going to be able to save Ade? The answer is no, unless they can get a chopper for themselves.
Nope, probably going to leave him to bleed out. And he does. Dies outside the safe zone. Evil Virus will only have 3 more members to work with. 15 more teams left alive, but already 12 kills for Evil Virus. And in fact, they might just run straight into Dios as Crazy Kai. He is just living life on the edge, going around, gathering as much intel as he can for his team. And so far, I think he at least spotted out 2 different teams.
Haji Ketum just hanging back there, managing to bring Ade back into the game, which means Evil Virus will be 4-man strong in about 4 seconds. Professor, beautiful knock coming through with his own Locust. Crazy Kai will take vantage point up, spots DBS, and unfortunately, the Hill will be able to give his opponent a little bit of cover, and no knock will come through. Banana with an opportunity here, Husky.
Yeah, it's going to be Oppa getting the first few frags in. As the Immortals Oppa, just like you said, having this amazing vantage point. This is going to be a shooting gallery for them as they are all just firing on every single cylinder. But we do have Revolution Army coming in as Melati is on that low ground. But guess what KB Mix wants to do? It's going to go for the airborne, about to lift off into enemy territory to get those aggressive kills in. Dingo is going to get Aku Maman, and that is going to be the 7th kill for the team.
Yeah, this is, the Oppas showing you that, exactly when you need to start moving in towards the next zone. Because in about 40 seconds, if they don't start now, it's going to be game over, man. You get caught out in a battle with this zone, there's no way you're going to be able to make it out of there unless you've got a vehicle on hand. Dingo's crazy shots coming through with the Arctic 50. Gets a couple of knocks, but not much to shout about. They need to start moving in here, Oppas. They were distracted. 20 more seconds on the clock right now as Dingo's will go ahead to call it out. But they are now hacked, which is going to be a problem. They better remember where the next zone is.
Yep, and that's the ice pick coming in huge. But at least the Immortals Oppa kind of know where they need to go, and they won't be facing too much resistance. With 4 men left alive, this should be an easy feat as the hack finally expires. They realize that they're about to run into 3 different squads, and this is going to be a rough battle for the Immortals Oppa.
Okay, they go in here. Dingo's has not gotten his upgrade, which means his defender is going to be slightly slow. So when he uses the defender, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will truly matter. Kimi Mix on with the pressure with the AK-47 Kuro. Maku in with the cluster grenade as well. Lemon Tea in trouble, but with a beautiful escape on the snowboard. Kimi Mix will not be able to drink that sour drink for himself. Lati with a takedown on the M4 LMG. M. Lee is the one right in front, and Lemon Tea runs straight into the Immortals Rampage instead as Aku Maman manages to take her down with the VAL.
And the nade is raining down from a vantage point. It's going to be Primo getting knocked down for the side of United Union. This is probably their best placement so far throughout the entire Grand Finals. But here comes CJ. He zip lines onto the high ground, taking the challenge straight onto his enemies. And he gets the knockdown. The Crazy Kai gets knocked down off screen as well. But the Immortals Elite, they're going to suffer their first challenge. CJ coming out.
What is he doing?
And his only team alive goes out
what
to
is
get
he doing?
some resources, and he gets knocked. What is this? CJ almost gets knocked. Able to heal himself back up to full health. Too close for comfort.
He nearly gave me a heart attack, man. He jumped out of the zone very last moment in there. Now, Crazy Guy on with the approach. I don't think you will be able to scan any more dog tags, so no way they are going to be bothering to drop back in to say hello to the box of their partner in here. Ade, unfortunately for them, they healed right in front of them and they cannot make a move on towards the other side. CJ dropping in, unfortunately, just to get taken down by Pochong. Evil Virus still in here with a full squad. Haji Katom as well as Crazy Kai on the upgrade. Ade has brought out his airborne right now. He is not upgraded, which means trouble might be waiting for them at the final zone. They better hope that this match drags on so Ade can make a difference.
But it would not matter too much if they are getting all these kills. It's 17 in the bag. Pochong is dropping low. Crazy Kai is also bleeding out. And suddenly this challenge from Evil Virus did not work out. Pochong with 1 HP. And the president knocks on his door. They're going to take them out. And Evil Virus will be eliminated. 4 more teams in this. And it's going to be the Immortals Oppa with 2 more left. They see Professor on their high ground. Dingo trying to sniff them out. But they're going to turn around and take out Yaya and give themselves 14 frags.
Yeah, man, the Immortals are just ravaging the final zone in here. Look at this. It's gonna be Dingoes dropping out real quick. President takes down Kimmy Mix. Very surprising. The Oppas themselves losing their lives to all of those that they have trained. Professor bringing on the rain of bullets with an AK-47. Jumps into the fray of the smoke as well. It's Oblivion just blindly shooting into that smoke. President will be joining in. And Kimmy Mix has been taken out of the equation. It's a 3-on-2 right now, Husky.
And Dingoes from behind able to get a backstab, and that's going to be President to get that revenge. Secret Service also coming through as well. It's going to be a 2 versus 1, and it will be between the Immortals Malaysia Underrated versus the Immortals Mafia Queen. Now, who is going to win now? It's going to be the good guys on the President's side, or will the Mafias prevail? We're about to find out pretty soon. It's going to be a tough order, though, for the Mafia Queens.
Well, either way, both of these teams, the Immortals, whoever their boss is, they will be super happy. Harley getting away. Zone! Is Professor gonna get taken down? President right behind. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. No! As President manages to get that backstab, Harley does not run away. So close to getting one of the most amazing clutches towards the very end with the help of the zone.
I'm not gonna lie, that could have been the biggest juke in Call of Duty mobile history. Almost does it, almost did it, but nonetheless, congratulations to the Immortals Malaysia Underrated, President and his nation was able to bring this back, and in fact the top 3 were all from the Immortals clan, so they are showing that prowess. This is more of the kind of match that we want to see. A lot more aggression, a lot more plays, and a lot more initiative. Evil Virus, they just went balls to the walls, and even though it did not work out, they tried. That was a very bold attempt.
Yeah, it was definitely a bold attempt. They took the aggression into the game and they managed to pick up quite a number of kills in here, man. I believe about 17 kills they had scored for themselves. And they were not the only teams that managed to ravage all the way through. Let's take a quick look at the results, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll walk you through exactly how these teams went in here to perform. Team 18, the Immortals Malaysia Underrated, picking up a total of 16 kills for themselves as well as that number 1 spot. Team number 21, the Immortals Mafia Queens, with a total of 3 kills and that 2nd position. The Immortals Oppa managing to pick up 15 kills in total with the 3rd spot. Team number 5, EV Angels, in the 4th position with a total of 3 kills. And Team Evil Virus, the ones who have been so consistent in this night so far, did not manage to get into the top 3 this time round, as they will settle for that 5th spot, but with a crazy number 17 kills, Husky.
Yeah, I believe they have the most kills in this match, but at least they don't have that first placement point. So for the Immortals Underrated Malaysia, they should be pretty content with the performance. But in 6th place, we do have team number 16, United Union, with only 1 kill. In 7th place, it's going to be Dios with 7 kills. In 8th place, we have the Immortal Rampage with 6. And of course, in 9th place, we have Kingsman with 1 kill.
In the 10th position, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, who do we have in here? Team Kami Santai Saja with a total of 5 kills for themselves. Your 11th position taken up by Team Rev 4 with a total of 7 kills. And Team Existence in here with the 12th position with a total of just a disappointing, unfortunately, 1 kill for themselves. The Malaysian Elite in the 13th position, 0 kills they've managed to pick up for themselves. Evie Princess in the 14th position with a total of 2 kills. R7th in the 15th spot with a total of 2 kills. With the 16th spot, you have got none other than PGN. 0 kills in here for themselves. 2 points picked up by the Immortals Elite. 2 points from those kills. And unfortunately, in the 18th position, 0 kills for GX and 0 points, Sasuke.
And I thought they would have at least gotten something, but unfortunately for this match, they walked away with nothing at all. In the bottom two spots in 19th place, we do have Immortal Savage with 4 kills, and finally the MY Legend Hero with 3 kills in 20th place. A bit of a shake-up in the leaderboard. It's still safe to say that Evo Virus are in first place, but the race is getting a bit more competitive.
Yeah, it's definitely getting heated. It's definitely, being thrown up into disarray because all of the other teams are stepping it up little by little. And it is very nice to see the dominating teams not being able to have that consistent win back-to-back, right? It's nice to see the Immortals Oppa not moving into that number 1 position as soon as Evil Virus takes a step back. Because, if they just keep playing, between the two of themselves, what do we need the other 18 teams in here for, right? But they step it up as well, Husky. And, game after game, it's just getting better and better and better.
I mean, I don't know if I should label myself a boomer, but whatever. As what we all like to say, the night is still young. We are at the halfway point of the Plunge Battle Royale Malaysia finals. There's 3 more matches, and I'm excited. We're finally building up towards the climax. Now, what are your expectations for the last 3 matches?
My expectation, or what do I expect to see? I expect to see exactly what we saw in match number 3 for all of the other teams to continuously step it up. But what I think I'm going to see is Evil Virus losing their minds and rampaging in the next few lobbies. The Immortals Oppa, they will try as well, but the skill seems to be spread out pretty evenly throughout all of their teams within the clan. And it seems like they want to secure more than 1 spot in that Garena Invitationals Battle Royale. And that's exactly what they are fighting for. But I don't know if that balance is going to do them a favor or work out the other way for them, because quite a number of teams in here are vying for those spots, Sasuke.
Yeah, and I think the same can be said for Evo Virus, right? It's the battle. It feels like the great ninja battle of 2 clans, the Clan Evo Virus and Clan the Immortals. Because so far, Immortals, despite them not really getting first place up to this point in the leaderboard, I can safely say there's at least 4 of those squads from the same clan in top 10. And that says a lot about this team.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, let's take a quick look at the Immortals. Underrated, right? They, in the second match, managed to fight their way up to the 5th position and took 11 kills for themselves. And be able to make such a difference, right, in just 1 game, to be able to take the victory, and on top of that, 16 kills. They are improving game after game after game. And this is the momentum that is building in the right way. The question is, can they hold on to this momentum? Can they keep it at an all-time high? Or are they going to start losing steam? Because this is the important moment where they'll be able to shake teams like Evil Virus up, right? Because this is where they start sweating, because the other teams are catching up. But will they be able to continuously hold on the pressure?
Yeah, I mean, if your president is popping off, if a professor is providing the right intel, you gotta feel a little bit good about yourself. They were directly challenged by Evo Virus, and they got a full wipeout. That was, even though we didn't get to catch, the full action, but just seeing the bits and pieces of what transpired between these 2 teams, I can safely say that the Immortals Malaysia underrated. they have a lot of potential right there. That match itself has proven that.
Yeah, I mean, what an apt name, right? Underrated. They have been underrated for a long time. Unfortunately, I think this is just like bad karma coming in from, sometimes people grow into their names, right? And I had this situation at home, whatever names I've given my dogs, and they've all grown into their names. The Immortals, have been underrated for a long time, and they've been underrated for a reason. They show us glimpse of hope, and then they just don't make it at the very end. Hopefully today is the day they change all of that, Aski.
And they don't even need to be first to get first place, right? Top four is all they need. You want to make sure you secure that foot, your foot through the door into GIBR, and then that is where you pull out all the stops and show all your hands against the best teams, not just from Malaysia, but from all the other nations that will be participating.
Yeah, and at the moment, I do believe it is highly probable, right? The dream of them moving in towards that top 4 spot is definitely alive. Why? Because after game number 2, Husky, the Immortals Malaysia underrated. They were sitting down in the 3rd position, and right now they've managed to pick up that victory. They've managed to pick up 16 ravaging kills as well. I will not be surprised if they scoot on over and overtake the Immortals Oppa, regardless of how well Oppa performed this time round, right? If anything, it's going to be super duper close. And Evil Virus, talk about that pressure on their shoulders. They've got 2 Immortal squad right now, hot on their heels, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a minor setback for them. I think for them it's where it's like, yeah, we got 5th place, but guess what? 17 kills. Try and beat that. So there's still 3 more matches, and of course Evil Virus, they're sitting at the top, but the seat is getting a bit heated up. They can't be too comfortable. We'll just see if the other teams can finally dethrone them. We'll go for a short break, and when we come back, it will be match number 4 in the Plunge Battle Royale Malaysia Grand Finals.
Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. X3 deployed.
We've just gone past the halfway point for the Plunge Battle Royale Malaysia Grand Finals for Call of Duty Mobile. 3 more matches for us to see who will qualify for the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale. Of course, my name is Husky and I am graced by the presence of the one and only Mustachio AJ.
Yeah, what's up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? We are dropping right back into the midway point, but the question is, what sort of a climax point are we at, Husky? Is this going to be the kind of story where at the climax, the story continues to expand and those who have already kind of garnered that name and love continue to go up in that rankings? Or will everything change? Will everything just get turned upside down, and will all of those top dogs get slain early on and we see some new names move up? Anything can happen. Is it 50-50? I don't know.
I mean, I'm not sure either, but this definitely feels like a movie, right? We always have this peak where everything just comes together. We find out who is the better team. But let's take a look at the highlights while we go over what has transpired in match number 3. Because when it comes to the halfway point, it's always the most important to look at who is at the top at that point.
Yeah, and this was just unfortunate for team number 22, right? My legend hero. Early on, they were to get eliminated as Evil Virus was just chilling around. Kami Santai Sahaja thought that it would be a great idea to take the fight up against them. They did have the vantage
This was the one.
but unfortunately, the execution just was so shaky.
Yeah, that was the most unfortunate encounter that we saw in that game. And of course, I would say the rest of the game is a bit more action-packed. There's less cheese. As I say that, we saw this miraculous standoff between Evil Virus, and the Immortals, one of the Immortals team as well. When we start off with Evil Virus being on the back foot, right? They have Crazy Kai knocked down. They were getting absolutely swarmed, but Undig just coming in huge with the open air barbecue machine, and able to get 2 kills for himself. And with Crazy Kai being brought back up and left alive, they were able to just mop the floor with a team 15.
A lot of the teams continuously show us the echo gameplay, right? Because just bringing in that shotgun with such a high rate of fire is just crazy, man, to be able to take some of these matches. CJ in there with that final takedown, and then of course he went on to give us a small little heart attack by jumping out of the safe zone. But I really love the aggression that has been stepped up by all of these teams as we have progressed in these matches. But will they continue to do so, or are they going to start getting a little bit more careful now? Because as these opportunities run on, they also run out of the exact same thing, the opportunities.
Yeah, it's like this. I don't know how to call it. Is it oxymoron? It's like a lighter gets lighter every time you light it. You
Yes, exactly what I meant with what I just said, but there's a much better way to put it. Okay, now let's jump into the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see exactly what are we going to find in here, right? In about 30 seconds, we will see exactly how these teams go in to turn things around for themselves. The flight path will decide how the jump goes, which are going to be the high-tier loot zones. So far, we've seen the select few, Husky, especially Evil Virus, continuously picking the high-tier loot zones to jump in because it's avoided like the plague by the other teams.
Yeah, and you want to avoid the virus for sure, and a lot of teams are giving them that respect. And let's jump into match number 4 right now and see if any more contenders are gonna step up to the occasion. And I want to take this interval quickly to ask you. So I'm pretty sure you watch movies, right? Every now and then. What is your kind of climax in a movie? Do you like it when the two titans go up against each other in an epic fight, or do you like climaxes with a lot of plot twists?
I love the plot twist, but I also love the Kings going up against each other because the sky platform just got lit up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Team number 22 in there, My Legend Hero, but they aren't gonna be heroes if they remain on there for a long time because their opponents are none other than the Immortals Savage. And Dead Joker is going to be a dead Joker if he does not back away real quick. But Team Kachi just gets taken down by the BK-57 EDM going in for that first shot. Question is, are they going to be able to continuously bring on this pressure onto the rest on this platform?
And EDM being able to just start things off on a good note. Now just looking for the rest of the enemies. They do have the ice pick applied, so unfortunately radar has gone offline for my legend, for MY Legend Hero, at least for now.
Yeah.
At least they were able to get control of the sky platform.
And that's the annoying thing about the sky platform, right? I mean, with all the mysterious sounds that it brings on, just because it gives you a couple of high tier stuff, a couple of extra adrenaline, but it disables your map, so it confuses the crap out of you if you do not know the layout of the sky platform. And the opposition team knows it better than you. They will be able to zip in and out and eliminate all of your squad. Now, EDM doing it quite well by holding on to all of these dog tags. I am just super surprised that the Immortal Savage have not come back in here for their team members.
Yeah, no, it seems like they just completely built. They did not want any part of that, and probably that is going. That probably is a better decision. Sometimes it is better to just build and minimize casualties, but that also means that the Immortal Savage will work with one less team member for the rest of the round, as the first revival flight will come in 40 seconds. Only 7 people getting knocked down. We might see more.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kachi as well as Propo YT, that knock wall and off screen EDM as well as 33 goes in and takes them out, and the first team to get eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is squad the Immortal Savage. MY Elite will follow suit as well off screen to say bye-bye to everybody else as we continue downtown with Evil Virus, who's picking up all of the items in here. We cannot see if or not downtown's a high-tier loot zone, but knowing Evil Virus, yeah, is definitely a high-tier loot zone. Now, there you go. The golden gun on the ground gives it away.
Yeah, they only settle for the best. And EDM able to, close things out. He drops the beat from the get-go, and that's at least going to be 4 points for MY Legend Hero. But when we set our eyes on Evil Virus, we automatically associate them with being the best team, or at least being the front runners. So far, they have they won 2 rounds, and the third round did not go exactly as planned. Obviously, they wanted more, but having 17 kills in the bag basically compensates for the lack of first place. Speaking about that, PG and Alpha about to meet with EV Princess.
Okay, Evie Princesses. Now, the ladies are not as kind and gentle as some of these princesses you see in those movies, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. These ladies pick up those guns and they are not afraid to throw it down. Moderate in here, moderately waiting. Beautiful trap being laid out, catching the opposition off guard. Clara taken down as well. AK-47 to the face. Indra right in front. She will go ahead to lay the trap out, but will she be able to survive? And the adrenaline getting pumped in at that smoke. The smoke bomber might step in and she will be able to top a HP right back up. Amazing plays coming in from Modern. Question is, can she still hold on? More company is about to drop in.
And Evie Princess, they just completely evacuated. They just bailed from the fight. That was pretty awkward. I think Indra had a clear shot to take out Modern, but instead she decided to go for the nade, and not only did that not kill Modern, it actually kept him alive because those cluster smokes came out right after that. Thankfully, they were able to retrieve Clara and give her a second life, so not too much is lost for the princesses. But I feel like they could have done more against PG and Alpha.
They could have, but based on the way, the princesses have been playing this so far, we clearly can see that their modus operandi is getting the placement points. They're not really into going in for the battles. I mean, I told you they can throw it down, but they've got the gentle side to them as well. And I think that was great play coming in from Indra, right? Because that was a defensive smoke bomb being laid out by herself. And she's got the chip upgrade terminal there as well. And that was more of a warning sign. Laying out the smoke by the smoke bomber literally means if you step out, she's going to shoot you unless you've got a smoke bomber on your team as well. Two things. The smoke bomber gets to see you in the smoke. You are also slowed down by the smoke bomber's smoke. It's an absolute death trap. You are right. She could have gone in there for the kill, but then what's the exit plan from there, right? They don't get the dog tag. She loses her life, and two members have to go in for those placement points. The princesses called it right, man. The ladies are usually right.
Yeah. As Beyonce always says, girls run the world. Girls always run the world. So I do agree. There's two sides of a coin. I feel like maybe they could have done a bit more because they did trap Modern in that area. But if the idea was just to get Clara and get the heck out of there, then I can respect the decision. They still have all 4 members alive, so nothing is lost. There's nothing to complain about. We are looking at R7 as the reminiscent 7-fold Titans. Wukong has probably been one of the more highlighted players of the team, and for obvious reasons, and he's going to be holding the advantage point.
Existence in here. Oh, we're switching over to United Union, who's dropping by. Kami Santasaja, beautiful defensive shield being brought up. Flashes the other players. Shuki gets away. Crazy play coming through, but this Rainbow needs to go in for those defender pushes a little bit smarter. Danny L, who's already up top, manages to get the takedown on Shuki. And just like that, United Union looks so much more stronger. CJ up top in the air, going in for those reports and identifying exactly where these players are running off to, because Kami Santaisaja, they are not sticking around us, Kate.
This is exactly what I want to see, just Intel Gary. Wukong is getting absolutely sprayed down by the Immortals Malaysia, underrated. And unfortunately, the Monkey King is not going to see daylight for this round.
Are we going to be able to see Evil Virus now pull off a crazy play in here? Opportunity for a chopper takedown. FHJ, that's what I'm talking about!
And that was peak perfection. Haji Ketom is not done yet.
That's what I'm talking about!
And Haji Ketom goes big. That's 4 for Evil Virus, and he's going to drop right down for the cleanup.
Bring the damn FHJ into the game. You need to have one player running the FHJ at all freaking times. This is why Evil Virus puts it on display. Amazing double takedown. Goes in back-to-back shots fired. And they are on top of their game. 7 kills in here so far. And they won nothing less than that #1 spot.
Yeah, Rambo doing the honors of firing those missiles, just fitting that persona. But with so much getting gained for Evo Virus. And what did they lose? Nothing. Well, 2 ammunitions, but that's pretty much it. They've already done the job. And if you can take down a chopper with that, Big Bertha will not stand a chance. And speaking about that, Oblivion about to do the same, but misses that one.
Yeah, okay, taking down Big Bertha with the FHJ on the other hand, it's a pain, bro. Oblivion going in, Piajao almost taken down, but unfortunately, manages to jump right up. AK-47, life and death right to the back. And this is gonna be a great position to be in, but Oblivion making that mistake I talked about earlier, Husky. The snowboard can be an amazing tool to have in your hands. You pull it out at the wrong time, and it eats you up.
Manica just ran behind the truck, so yeah, slightly poor decision, and that's going to cost him his life, but I guess at least he was able to down one. Now the question is, will the team be able to retrieve his dog tag? You know, the other 3 members are still alive, and it seems like no one is making a move, at least for now.
Yeah, and Loser's underground, the way, well, based on his name, I highly doubt he's going to make a play and try to stop them from taking their dog tags.
Come on.
I seem to be wrong. Here goes Loser in for the push. Opportunity in here now for him to spring right out. The players are on towards his left. He pops out real quick.
Boy.
M7 right there in front of him. Professor knocks down MLH with the Echo Demon Eyes. Loser will drop right back. He's a little too scared to show himself. And Underrated will be hunted down. Here comes MHL with the Demon Eyes Echo. But we'll back away. R7 don't really want to get super aggressive. They just want the airdrop. And
guess who is here? It's Existence. Tiger just driving the cargo truck straight into the vicinity and straight past the vicinity. It feels like the Immortals, Malaysia Underrated, they are not as aggressive as they were in match number 3. They were not really playing together, and now the remaining 2 members are just bucked down in the underground chamber.
Yeah, man. And I don't know what they are going to be able to do in here because the War Machine's coming in to say hello as well. Only possibility is Loser is a Trap Master. No, he's a Defender and he gets taken down. Unfortunate. Elifang in here. Airborne player. He's going to get, he's going to lose his life in a moment. But MHL making a very careless solo push. I hope he has that backup coming through. MHL will lose his life. Wukong dropping in. Wukong opportunity! Takes down Elifang and there you go. Underrated out of it, and Wukong manages to pick up both those dog tags, and his partners are right back in that revive flight.
Man, huge contrast between match 3 and match 4. Underrated just felt like they didn't even put up a fight. But at the same time, you can see that the Immortals, I believe Elite, getting 2 kills off screen, but Existence, they finally decided to crash the compound, and R7, they will have a new contender.
Yeah, unfortunate for them that, this was just a hotspot for so many teams to gather up. They were underground. Only 2 exits, and both of those exits were clearly covered off by these teams. Running out meant just death. And hiding in there, maybe waiting for that revive flight, but clearly, R7 saw it coming, right? And this is the opportunity. MW11 in hand, but unfortunately, that's not going to be doing much damage. Underground, though, Wukong is waiting for Tiger and takes that Tiger down. Wukong solo left in here, though. It's going to be Zeph right in front of him. The cluster grenade gets popped real quick. Opportunity for the takedown. AK-117! And Wukong gets the 6th kill for himself as well.
Huge clutch from Wukong, and that is why you call him the Monkey King in the Chinese mythology. This guy keeping everyone alive, and now they're gonna respawn in 30 seconds. So essentially, R7 lost nothing, and they took out 2 teams. Even though they were playing at a disadvantage, it was Wukong who was hiding all this while that made it happen. Haji Katom sees 2 Big Bertha, and here we go. The rocket is out. Did not find a kill though, not this time.
Yeah, taking down Big. I don't know why. I don't know why. You should be able to take down a freaking cargo truck with just 1 of these FHJ missiles, but no, it takes a few of them. I don't know why. It's Change it up, Call of Duty Mobile. Change it up, right? Haji Katom dropping in here. AK-47 from Rambo. He's got the Rambo skin as well. How many of you have got the Rambo skin? Some of you who could not afford to go in for both the Rambo as well as the John McClane skin had to go in for the pick. Let us know in the comment section who you went in and chose, man. I mean, if I was given a choice, I would go in for John McClane. Who do you pick, Husky?
Oh boy. Haji Katom.
Point!
Number 3 gets the first connection and about to get a second one. Nah, that one misses. But this is going to be a crucial one if he lands it, and I think he did. The chopper's going down.
Yep, he definitely lands it, but unfortunately for him, the Immortals rampage in that chopper managed to make their exit. Chopper goes down, players stay alive. The Immortals Opa right now with an opportunity for a takedown. Banana going in there for those peaks. He has already managed to find out the positioning of the player right up top above him from team number 15. The Immortals Elite Cobra goes in for the slice. Are we going to be able to see him get a little bit aggressive as well? Up on top of the roof is exactly where the prize money is. Here we go, Husky. Things have finally heated up.
And Big Bertha coming right through for Revolution Army. This is their favorite mode of transport, and they've been making it work so far. But look at what's happening around the map. And off screen, the Immortals Rampage and the Immortals Elite just going at it against each other. They're taking kills left and right. At the same time, the Immortals Oppa, I think they might see Evil Genius passing through.
Smart play coming in here from Opa, right? Oh, Kimmy Mix right now dropping in together with him as well. Drops right up, spots that player who gets a little bit aggressive, and then Banana comes in for the knock. Amazing play from the Immortals Opa, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And the discipline from Banana, laying down the trap, not aggressing until the backup arrives, even though his opponent was just up on top on that second floor. That takes guts, and that takes a lot of trust in your team members, Husky.
And Crazy Guy going for some free shoots, just trying to spray from this power grid. 2 of these players has escaped. Audio G wants to be the third. The smoke grenades keeping him alive for now, but Crazy Kai has his sight set on the rest of United Union. He does not want to let any of them escape, but he also sees Big Bertha for the side of Team 8 and CJ. Right on top of the water tower, and take another. Crazy Kai gets bombed as well.
Oh, beautiful knock coming through. But unfortunately for Kai, before he could delete that player managed to, well, escape death. Why? Because Crazy Kai himself got taken out by that tank. That player can now drop down, get healed up by one of his team members. Unless one of the Evil Virus team members go in there for that final slice, things are getting heated up. They cannot continue to focus in on just one fight. They need to keep an eye around all of themselves. Vinny now getting chased down by the truck, but this is once again the weakness of the cargo truck. It doesn't have speed as well.
And the Revolution Army just trying to spread those propaganda. Join the revolution, they say. But this is just a cat and mouse situation, you know. Just trying to run people down, but with no luck. No luck so far.
It's super difficult, man, to handle the cargo truck. And these little snowboards are just zipping past up and down. You know what's a great vehicle to come in here and take over? The ORV. But of course, that comes in with, beautiful knockdown on Leventi by Kuching Gila from Rep 4. And it looks like Dasmata will still continue to do them a lot of good, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Kuching Gila manages to get the kill on Leventi as well, thanks to the save zone right outside. Pierjal's trying to take down a couple of players right in front of him, and it will be Cobra that gets knocked down thanks to all of that smoke. Smoke bomber in your freaking face, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Call of Duty Mobile, please don't nerf all of this smoke bombers. Give me Mix in here with the opportunity to now make it away together with Dingo as well. Question is, how will they come in and turn things around against this smoke bomber, Husky?
Yeah, and Pierjal just... Everyone from the Immortals Oppa, they're just sitting ducks, and there you go again. Pierjal this time, he's gonna get one under fire, and he's gonna almost back up into Big Bertha as well. He has to relocate and join the rest of his team. R7 still has everyone left alive, and Pierjal able to get to safety as we are almost ready for the final phase of Circle. Wukong about to zipline himself to relocate, and it's gonna be in the vicinity of PG and Alpha. Wukong not able to win that fight.
He gets a knock, but then gets himself knocked as well right after. That's not an equal trade. If anything, he has just given his life away. Why? Because he knocked that player inside of that house together with the rest of his team members. So that pickup is going to be so easy. Beerjal trying to go in for that pickup on Wukong, loses his life, gets himself knocked as well. And it's all up to Kunthom, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One mistake, and it's all over for Team R7. What can they do? Wukong should have not gone in there for that play. Kucing Gila still, like a Kucing Gila, continuously chasing this little prey. Unfortunately, will get stuck right in front as the opponent finds a war machine. AI will get knocked down, but unfortunately not taken out just yet, Husky. This is just chaos.
How are they getting away with this? How is no one dealing with the truck? How is no one just stopping the... They are able to drive around like this? No! Can't see! Oh god, Popa coming in hard, and guess what? Kucing on the other side. Cassie about to be bowled straight down. This is insanity. How are they doing this? How are they not getting punished? Popa just driving straight into Akuman, and this truck is just way too drop, pushes him out the zone. Oh my goodness! Our Revolution Army, what is this? What?
This is a freaking comedy show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the freaking cargo truck meta Big Bertha in the hands of Kucing Gila as well as Popa, just running rampage all the way through. And right now, Kunthom, one player left, but the safe zone gonna be helping Big Bertha. Kunthom runs in, not enough time. Kunthom manages to get the kill, and Kucing Gila once again manages.
What? I refuse to accept the result. No way. No freaking way.
That's the FHJ. Enough! The cargo truck club, for heaven's sake. What in the world? Dude. Okay.
I refuse to accept the result of match 4. How is this allowed to happen? Like, why is no one dealing? I thought when we saw it in match number 2, it was already a red flag, but it's not in my wildest dream that I expect Revolution Army to do it 3 rounds in a row and win. Like, what?
Let's take a look at the results, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see exactly how well they pull this off. Revolution. The revolution is real. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Revolution Army 4 managed to pick up the #1 spot. Kucing Gila getting all 4 kills in that final save zone, I believe, with the cargo truck. Popper as well getting a couple for himself, and one by a pure accident, okay? He was reversing. I highly doubt he was planning that. The other player just snowboards behind the truck and gets himself knocked out of the zone. So damn unfortunate for the Immortals. Opa, I believe that happened to Creamy Mix. Team R7 picks up the 2nd position in here with a total of 16 kills. Very, very impressive. And of course, the Immortals Opa in the 3rd spot with a total of 10 kills. The Immortals Rampage right there behind them, hot on their heels, 4th position with a total of 10 kills for themselves. Kami santai saja, they weren't so santai this time round. They fought all the way up to the 5th position with a total of 6 kills.
Yep, and in 6th place, we have Generation X. So far, across all 4 rounds, they can get good placements, but not much kills. They have 3 only for match number 4. In 7th place, we have PG and Alpha with 6 kills. In 8th place, we have Team 6, to be Kingsman with 1. And in 9th place, we do have the Immortals Elite with only 1 kill. And what's surprising? Well, Evil Virus, they're not in the top 10.
Ooh, what do you know? That's exactly what we were, speculating. Maybe it could happen. One of the ways the climax could change, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, right? Team 21 in the house. The Immortals Mafia Queens will pick up the 10th position with a total of 4 kills for themselves. The United Union this time around, not so shabby, not too great at the same time. Right in the middle, 11th position with a total of 2 kills. Team Evil Virus Angels with a total of 3 kills in the 12th position for themselves. Once again, the kills is something they couldn't expect or depend on. They try to survive. Problem is, so many of these teams survive in towards that zone, that final zone as well. Team Evil Virus will once again step up onto the fray, this time in the version of the Princesses, right behind their comrades EV Angels in the 13th position with a total of 2 kills. And this is 3 EV teams in a row here. Team Evil Virus, the Evil Virus that has been dominating the lobbies so far in terms of the kills. They managed to pick up the first 2 games victory, a total of 11 kills. Not too bad at all in the 14th position, Husky.
Yeah, I wonder how did they get eliminated. We didn't get to catch that, but well, I guess I'll take it anytime. We got to witness something crazy towards the end. But for 15th, in 15th place, we have my legend hero with only 6 kills. The average scoreline that you pretty much see on some of these teams. In 16th place, we have Team 12. It's going to be Existence with 2 kills. 17th place, it will be the Immortal Malaysia, underrated, with 6 kills. In 18th place, it's going to be, Team 20, Dios, with no kills at all. In 19th place, it will be the Immortal Savage with 1. And finally, in 20th place, last place, it will be MY Elite with 1 kill.
It's just unfortunate, right, that Evil Virus got eliminated in the 14th position, but they were eliminated at the 18th minute. And that just shows how many of these teams were alive in here towards that final zone, right? It was just pure chaos. It was just pure entertainment out there on the battlefield. And I was just joking, right? There's absolutely no reason whatsoever to nerf the cargo truck. If anything, the cargo truck is a huge pain in the behind to control. It's fun. It's a fun way to go in there and play the game. It's a fun way to maneuver around. I just didn't expect to see a victory with the truck at the plunge. At this level, I didn't expect it.
They were allowed to drive around for, I don't know, the last 2 circles, and no one thought of taking out truck. Like they just allowed them to drive around. But I guess everyone was confident that they could just maneuver around Big Bertha, but there were 2 of them. Revolution Army got their hands on 2 trucks, and 2 trucks proved to be too much.
Even 1 truck sometimes is too much, right? Having 2 of them come at you in that one tiny circle, no cover at all. I mean, these players were scrambling around for cover. And I think the part where that one very final player who went in for the cover, and that was from R7. I don't remember who that player was. Was it Kuntum or Piejal, right? Who managed to bring out the defender and just hide behind the defender. Because this is an open area. There was nowhere to hide. We saw the players from, the Immortals Opa running towards the airdrop. And that was the position which, really caught them off guard. Because you can't go behind the airdrop. The safe zone is closing in already. And a small knock by the truck. And there you go. Bringing the defender out, the truck cannot bypass the defender. And in the Battle Royale, the defender doesn't go back into the ground after, expiry, right? It really lasts for quite a while. So crazy play coming in through. Unfortunately, you can't really shoot the truck and take it down. So, well played, Revo. Well played.
Props to them, I guess they've done it. I guess I dare say, I think even compared to the last Plunge and whatever Call of Duty Mobile tournament that we had so far, this Grand Finals probably has the highest record for vehicular manslaughter.
Oh, absolutely.
Courtesy of the Revolution Army 4. They have cemented themselves, like.
100%. I highly doubt any other teams have been able to slay this many people with the vehicles. Of course, some may argue that the cargo truck was just recently added, but bro, that's how records are made, right? You can try to break the record for yourself as well. But you guys better try to set the record now. Okay, because I'll tell you this for sure. The trip mine, most of you will already be able to see it in the game. Very soon it's going to be out there in that Battle Royale. It's going to be laid out all over the places because the teams are now expecting this exact nonsense to happen. The cargo truck meta, one that I didn't think we'll see, I'm seeing.
Yeah, this is definitely going to go down in history, and regardless whether it will be replicated again in the future, at least we know that we were here to witness it live on the Plunge Battle Royale Malaysia finals. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be match number 5 towards the road of crowning the top 4.
Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed.
Welcome back to the Malaysian Grand Finals of the Plunge Battle Royale, brought to you by Garena Call of Duty Mobile as well as ESL Malaysia. 20 teams in here have been fighting it out so far. 4 rounds have concluded and we've got 2 more to go. So much of action has built up and the drama has intensified, game after game, Husky. We are finally starting to see some fun in here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the legendary Malaysian shoutcaster, Husky himself, with a double K and a double E at the back.
Thank you. I mean, I wish I had a mustache as well, but it's clear that my beard game isn't that strong, but that's what makes everyone unique, right? Let's take a look at the highlights from Game 4 and see what transpired. And I know everyone would be saying that the best highlight was the Revolution Army running people over with 2 trucks, but come on, put that aside and focus on the other events that transpired, because we're seeing all these teams taking more initiatives to make things happen around the map.
Yeah, and taking that initiative also comes with a huge price tag as well, right? And that is the risk of getting yourself eliminated as well. It is the choice of picking your battles. Haji Khatom with the double takedown of those choppers. Crazy play coming in from him, right? As well as the Opas. Unfortunately, they couldn't pick up that number 1 position. But the Immortals overall have been doing really well in the competition, Husky.
Yeah, I think the Immortals, the entire clan, has been really putting up a fight. Obviously, for match number 4, for the Immortals, Malaysia underrated. It's a bit unfortunate because it felt like they just ran out of steam from the get-go, and R7 was able to kind of take them down. But R7 themselves, despite being in a very tricky situation, they were able to stay alive until the very bitter end, until their untimely death.
Yeah, and you see, that was the usage of the tank that was really useful, but it was just too early in the game. And Rev 4 just brought in the brilliant gameplay in here, right? Bringing in 2 cargo trucks. And it was a joke when I called for the cargo truck nerf. I don't believe the cargo truck needs any balancing whatsoever. They're probably going to bring down the durability of the truck just by a little bit, but if you tweak it a little too much, then it's not really a cargo truck, is it? Because, usual cargo trucks that are sent out there to the battlefields are not these regular trucks that we see on the road. They are like solid iron and moving on maybe 3 or 4 engines that will, move a single bus usually, Husky.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, well, no one tried to take down a truck, and I guess because it's so durable that if it can prevent someone from challenging it with decent weaponry, then we probably will have an issue. But this is just an isolated incident. Now, unless Revolution Army wins the last 2 rounds with the same trick, then maybe we're gonna get a bit of adjustments towards Big Bertha.
Yeah, and I think, now that the other teams have seen how, useful this particular gameplay is, those survivors who are trying to survive in here just with the placement points, trying to get as much CP as possible just by surviving the longest time possible, might be looking into grabbing a couple of trucks for themselves as well. But my main question is, where are the FHJs? Why aren't anybody bringing FHJs into the final circle?
Yeah, we saw 2 of them. We saw Evil Virus having that. I believe we saw Oblivion also holding on to 1. That's probably it. Evil Virus got eliminated pretty early on. So for the final circle, no FSJs, no decent utility to take out the truck, and I like how everyone is just running away from the truck. It feels like Tom and Jerry. It feels like Tom and Jerry Jerry got himself a truck, and Tom is just running away. It's pretty comedic, to say the least.
Let's run into the match, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because the flight has kicked off and it is going to be cutting in from, I believe, the north all the way down towards the south, and the sky platform is available in the game as well. We haven't switched over, but don't worry, I'll just walk you through the game real quick, all right? High tier loot zones, not anywhere in display on either side of the screens, on my side or on the game right in front, but the Sky platform has got 3 squads dropping in here right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that is what I want to personally watch. Team number 12 into the fray already, Husky, but one of the teams will be backing out. It's a team number 22. Now, I wish I could hold on to my phone and show you guys what's happening as I shoutcast this, but unfortunately, you guys won't know because I won't be able to see what I'm shoutcasting myself, right? So the great thing is team number 12 is still on the platform, Existence. They haven't jumped off yet. Team number 22 as well as team 23. My Legend Hero and the Immortal Savage have backed away from this fight, which means Existence should be able to loot this high tier loot zone, loot all of whatever that's available onto the Sky platform. And the great thing is the next zone, the very first zone, is going to be coming in towards the Sky platform as well, encircling the Circus Pipeline Estate Crash Diner practice range. So all of the, areas outside there, all of those players and teams, they now need to just try to squeeze in. But the question is, who will survive the first wave? As Team 11 here, Husky, Kami Santai Saja will be meeting MY Elite.
And so far, I think Kami Santai Saja has put on a better performance, I would say, if we are looking at a direct matchup between them and the Immortals Elite. MY Elites. But maybe that's going to change. These two teams are not really placing too high on the leaderboard. So these the opening kills are definitely going to be pretty important. And meanwhile, it's going to be the Existence taken out. Zafra being instantly eliminated as his distance. This is going to take on the Immortal Savage. And the bomb gets come out, and the Immortal Savage seemingly having the upper hand. But hey, it's coming in from behind and decides to just bail from the Sky platform. Does not want to be involved in any more conflict.
Yeah, that's just savage coming in here from the Immortals, man. They waited to strike, making Existence think that, the Sky platform truly belongs to them. Nobody else is going to come in here for a challenge. And then the immediate zip line upwards and that backstab gets them that double takedown. Question is, will they be able to finish off that whole squad? Imi right now, AE46 with that spot, tosses a quick grenade. Jiro getting those shots fired up against him. Zyklon in here with the Man of War. Looks like he will not be able to take anyone down just yet, but he has been able to damage Jiro in here. Cyclone B with an opportunity. The wall bang maybe, but doesn't go in for the approach, Husky.
Yeah, I think he missed the gun barrel of his opponent. The gun barrel actually peeked out at the very last second, so IME will be able to stay safe for now. Zyklon still thinking about it. He's gonna go for the turn, and he finds it. He knew that IME was there all along, and that makes it a very easy takedown. And it's going to be Kami Santai Saja KSS coming in for the immediate wipeout, and they found it. They've eliminated their adversaries.
Excellent anticipation here from Zyklon B. Drops in real quick, knowing the player is right there behind the door. Has the Echo in hand for the quick shutdown and does exactly that. Well played. First team eliminated. Who will be the next one? This is Team 7 on screen. Evil Virus Princess with one player down, one player on the way back here in that revive flight. Question is, are they going to be able to pick up Nalisha's dog tag, or is Nalisha out of the game for good?
This is definitely an important question for the princesses. So far, they have garnered more points in placements compared to kills. They're not particularly aggressive in their approach, and most of the times, even when it feels like they have the opportunity, their focus is on keeping the entire team alive. And in the face of the Immortal Mafia Queens, I think for the Immortals, they will have an easier time dealing with Eevee Princess.
Yeah, Wink having the exact same bag I have, the backpack, one of the more rarer backpacks in the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The newer players, unfortunately, will not be able to get their hands on it. Which is the main reason why I use it. Zyklon B moving in here towards the zone, but unfortunately, to his surprise, he will be finding the players of the Immortals Elite right there in front of them. Into the chopper. 2 choppers, to be precise, the Immortals Elite have their eyes on.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very stressful situation for KSS, having the choppers hovering above their head. But we've seen how those choppers can be used to a team's advantage. I think even from the get-go, from match number 1, the Immortals Oppa did show us how do you get an intel and going for the rush. And in this case, the Immortals Elite, they're just rushing shoulders and they're gonna open fire first, right on top of Zyklon B. They drop the entire chopper, and of course, he's gonna be knocked down. Of course, he will not survive that.
How do you explain to your clan master that you got shot by a potato, man?
How do you explain that a chopper dropped on you and you did not take any damage? Oh boy.
As well as Zyklon B. Dog tag picked up in here. One more dog tag to go, but it shouldn't be too much of a challenge for Shuki as well as AE86. They've been able to hold on to dogs so far. But going up against the Immortals is a whole other story altogether, right? AE86 right now with his snowboard will be trying to balance himself as best possible, trying to get over to the other side of docks, looking for a chopper, I'm very sure, for himself, but he will find none. Now, he needs to make sure he does not hit any obstacles. He needs to make sure he does not go uphill. The moment he slows down, the attack is going to be coming in from the back. 85 HP in here so far, and AE86 will be dragging all of the players from the Immortals Elite away. AE86 opportunity, but he has done enough, Husky. He has given the opportunity to Zyklon to pick that dog tag up.
And meanwhile, Masabo is going to be knocked down as well. Two teams fighting on the sky platform. The Immortal Savage taking on the Immortals Rampage, as the clan members just going at it. Skachik was definitely finding skill onto Aikatsi. There's no way out for him. And immediately Kachik finishes off the kill, gets the heck out of there.
This is what we're talking about, right? As far as we are concerned, the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale is on the line. And it doesn't matter if you're from the same clan. You are toast! As Akuman toasts his opponents with the Purifier. Kachi goes down. But I am in the vicinity. This is an opportunity for him now to go in for the clutch. But unfortunately for him, he is a trap master. He needs to think of how to go in for the approach defensively. Not very easy, is that?
Definitely not the easiest class when it comes to being offensive. You don't really have much ways with your gadgets, with your utilities. You can lock down areas, but when you are the one who's trying to find a way to your teammates, sometimes you just gotta wing it. And Mat Ayam will do just that, able to glide towards this water tower, and now he has to go uphill where Akuman and Dexter are lying in wait.
Oh, but he should be able to play the zipline game now. He can cut away and drop right in front, but he doesn't. He goes right up top onto the sky platform, dropping all of the traps first just to steal the chopper away. Amazing gameplay, perfect coming through, but he might lose the chopper though. FHJ coming towards him, he loses the chopper, but I guess he succeeds in putting a small little dent in the plan of his opponents.
Well, not able to retrieve the dog tag. It's not what you want. But Haji Katom just got blown up. And speaking of that, it's going to be Pochong getting the drop onto Madi. And there is no way out for Madi. They just immediately eliminate him. But now the question is, can they retrieve the dog tag of their buddy?
Yeah, Pochong's just too much, man. He wasn't even looking for Madi. He was just getting away because, his chopper just got blown up. He's like, hey, I see someone here. I'm just going to shoot him. It's a kill. Just walks away from the situation like nothing happened, right? So question is, how will the best team in this lobby go in and pick these two dog tags up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? A core part of the Battle Royale in Call of Duty Mobile is not just going in and winning those fights, is being able to support your team members and bring them back from the brink of death in time, because those dog tags do have an expiry, Husky.
Yeah, and still have a pretty decent duration on them, but it's going to be hard for both Crazy Kai and Pochong, even though they are probably the best player in the lobby. Not having a number disadvantage, not knowing where your enemies are, is going to make things a bit more complicated for them.
Lemon Tea just gets knocked down by a vehicle. Hopefully that's not the Big Bertha, making its round so early in the game. Cobra off-screen knock on Mary Jane. with the AK-47. EV Pochong as well as Crazy Kai still on the way, still trying to see if or not they can maneuver around the Immortals Malaysia underrated to pick up the 2 dog tags. And now the Immortals are not moving away. In fact, they are moving towards Evil Virus.
And this is going to continue to be a slow slog, and to say that Clara just gets absolutely gunned down. Akumama is not giving her any room to breathe. And that means that the princesses, they've already lost one of their members. Alicia is gonna start tanking that circle, but she has to make a move. The princesses, they gotta get out.
Indra with the perfect opportunity, but just ducks behind the wall. The moment all of those players walk in front of her crosshair, she should have been able to do so much of damage on the Immortals Rampage. But that wasted opportunity for one reason only. Why? They need to bring Clara back in here. They want the dog tag. But I guess that communication did not flow through well enough. Nalisha dropping those shots. But Maman gets taken down with that echo. Nalisha, she will have to use the hemostatic. She's running out of time. Oh! First aid kit applied at that very last moment. And she makes it through. And this is the time where we see if Nalisha will be able to survive this a little longer. 27 HP, wrong move coming through. She won't be able to top her HP back up if she takes a little bit too much of time. 15 HP in here so far. What is Nalisha gonna do? One moment too long and the safe zone will crush her.
Yeah, and this is an unfortunate death, but Wink catch Daxter from long range. That makes it 6 for EV Princesses. They should be able to bring Nalisha back up. They just need to go through Akuman, who is standing right in front. Indra is also coming in from the side as well. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 situation. I don't think the last member of the Immortal Rampage wants to have anything to do with this, especially when the blue zone is already ticking down. Every single one caught in it. They will be able to get Nalisha back up, at least reclaim the dog tag, as Crazy Kai will be able to do the same. He's going to bring his buddies back in around 40 seconds.
Hopefully, Nalisha will be able to tank the damage from the safe zone once she comes back into the game. Maybe some hemostatics on standby there already. Haji Katom, Pochong, as well as Ade will be right back in here in a matter of seconds, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The scan has gone through already. 18 teams still alive and kicking as they will move on towards the 4th zone in about 20 seconds.
This is just a slower approach from Evil Virus. In fact, Crazy Kai is here on top of the roof and he's ready. Goes for a bit of attack and catches him on the way down. Secures the kill and his teammates will come back just in time. He didn't just get a kill, he didn't just bring his team back, he secured the entire compound for his teammates.
And this is why Crazy Kai is called Crazy Freaking Kai, right? One of the best... As I'm saying, wait, Kai! As I'm saying, he's one of the best. He brings his snowboard straight into the tree and slows his momentum down. But not to worry, because Crazy Kai is as crazy as ever. He should be able to hold his own even against a full-on squad. No, he's not stupid enough to take them all on at the same time. He should be, fast enough to make that getaway. And he makes that approach in towards Haji Katom as well as the rest of the squad, as they are back in for round number 2.
Looking at EV Angels, it's going to take on EV Princesses. The 2 female teams going at it against one another. Yaya able to bring down, I believe, Wake low, and yeah, Wing's going to be eventually bleed out to the blue zone. And it seems like EV Angels, they have the better advantage. They have the vantage point. With all 4 members left alive, they should be able to overpower EV Princess.
Hey Husky, do you hear that sound, bro?
What sound?
I hear Big Bertha in the background.
Oh, and look at who is... yeah, now I see it. And you know who is moving together? It's the Revolution Army. Of course it's them. Crazy Kai and the rest of his team, they've regrouped in this area, but they're under heavy fire. And it's Crazy Kai. He's the one that can lead the charge, while his teammates, they're not too healthy in terms of those weaponries. And in fact, Haji Katom is going to be killed off once again. Pochong also loses his life. Evil Virus, they've finally been pincered and trapped.
Yep, it is going to be a double Bertha meta coming in here for the side of Rev 4 once again, and they are all set for the final zone. They better not, underestimate their opponents, because a little too early and that FHJ might just find them. Crazy Kai trying to hold on here. He is the smoke bomber, and this is a wise position to hold. Behind him, nothing to worry about. In front of him, the players step in. He will be able to spot them first, and this is a brilliant defensive move. And of course, Ade will bring the airborne right in front, but unfortunately, immediately get deleted by 33 from existence.
It is again Crazy Kai, left alive, all alone for the second time in this match. And Grief can be a very dangerous weapon when used correctly, and I think Crazy Kai probably is going to be the best guy to utilize that as the lone survivor. He is in the circle, but with 17 teams left alive, I don't know how he's going to do this.
Great, beautiful hop onto the top roof of the watchtower and then jumping right in. Not the best of positions to be in. Team 17 can catch him off guard. Team 23, MY Elite in a cargo truck of their own, hoping to learn from a couple of tips as Rev 4 has already served up in the previous match. Question is, will it work? 3 vehicles in the vicinity. I believe they are all cargo trucks.
Crazy Kai is just going to play it safe. Does see a lot of teams passing by, and we are starting to see the kill feed slowly light up. Lily sees Ghost, but not able to get those shots in. And meanwhile, CJ is gonna have EDM dropping on him, taken out. And this is going to be a bloodbath. We are looking at 17 teams with just so little to work with.
Way too little to work with, man. Oblivion has got the echo, but Lily needs to be careful. She needs to keep an eye on the zone. 10 HP per tick. That's not going to be easy as well. Potato! Beautiful knock by Lily. Question is, can this medic hold on? 50 HP now. She will need to make a move. 28 HP. Lily makes that mistake and does not make it into the zone. And unfortunately for her, there's no revives available as well.
Oh boy, this time it's not Rev Army, it's PGN Alpha. At least dodging the truck driven by Sophie. But this cargo truck is not as tenacious as the other one, as it gets stuck and it's gonna be under fire. They gotta abandon that, and it blows up and Sophie dies. Meanwhile, Harley, what? Just ducks under that truck and he dies in water. This is carnage. Again, Rev Army doing the same trick.
Oh, this is just bumper car action right now. Oh, I love this. The Immortals rampage. Instead of bringing in a cargo truck, they went IQ 300 above Rev 4. They bring in the Antelope A20 with the railgun, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yes, there will be a cooldown, but it can shoot. The cargo truck cannot shoot.
But they have to abandon the vehicles immediately as it gets light up. I can see it's gonna be the poltergeist trying to put himself in a safer position, or at least a position to make something happen. Almost gets run over by Rev Army, and he is now out in the open. And that means he gotta re-evacuate, duck, dive, weave around the cargo truck. In fact, he's gonna find Crack straight out in the open with his pants down. And that is gonna be a huge punish from Ikesi. And at the same time, YX, he's not looking. What are you doing? Ikesi takes it down, but Ikesi also dies.
Yeah, Melati already spotted Ikatsi a long time ago because he took her teammate down. And of course, that backstab was not questionable at all. Kucing gila, macam kucing gila, sudah kena tangkap. Sepandai-pandai itu tupai melompat, akhirnya tersangkut juga.
I remember this very funny English translation for that proverb. Squirrel jump, it will fall to the ground, something like that. It was on the news and it was hilarious. I don't know if you remember that, but it circulated around Malaysia for a period of time. But at least we won't be seeing Big Bertha. I'm happy that it got stuck. Like now Rev Army win the proper way. Come on.
So the comment section, they went into a wave of, this is crazy, man. These guys are trolling the final circle. Yeah, of course, man. Certain conditions need to be met for you to be able to bring the truck in and ravage. And you need an open zone like earlier. This is not that open zone. 63 HP in here. Akufir! Oh no! Dropping right outside of the zone. Zone 9 HP. Moves right past the player. EDM uses the echo instead. Gets the kill. But Akufir gets the kill with the what chaos?
we have Big Bertha match 4 and we have Tripwire match 5. What? I don't even know what's happening with the game anymore. But what I do know is that in this game is crazy. I'm actually losing my mind and just watching all of this happen. Can you imagine putting out the clutch of the round only to die because you stepped on a tripwire? Oh man, what an unfortunate way to go. But Akuman saving the game for his team. Maybe this is the game that will bring his team close to the top 4.
The team that got the win, R7, did not get the final kill. Okay, that's all I want to say. Akufir just threw a random trap on the ground and then got echoed out into oblivion because of a very, very bad flight, right? So we've seen some of these teams go in, jump up onto that water tower, jump up onto these vantage points for those, bird eye view as well as the advantage in these fights. But you also need to know when to make a move. And the move just came in a couple of seconds too slow, right outside of the zone. Flying outside of the zone is one thing. Jumping outside of the zone is a whole other thing. 3 HP, 1 echo shot. But at least the trap was laid out first, Husky.
Yeah, from the grave, from beyond the realms of the living, he was still able to screw his opponents up. I mean, that is retribution. I will be happy. I'll be delighted if I get to take someone who killed me out from beyond the grave.
Yeah, fair enough, man. Let's bring on the results, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see exactly how well did these teams do. R7 once again picking up the victory. Why? Why did the victory drop in? Let me break it down once again. EDM was there. Akufir was there as well. Akufir almost killed EDM, but that didn't happen because Akufir made a mistake. EDM killed Akufir. But EDM had already stepped onto a trap laid out by Akufir, and Akufir managed to kill EDM after he died at the hands of EDM, which made the final player of R7 win this match. And that's exactly how they picked up this beautiful victory in game number 5. None other than the reminiscent sevenfold Titan. Unfortunately for them, they only pick up 3 kills along with that min. Not much to buffer, but 18 points. I'm very sure they'll be happy with. Team number 22, My Legend Hero, finally makes it up onto the top 3. This time around, they pick up 13 kills. Not too bad at all. Team number 17, Generation X, with a total of 8 kills on that 3rd spot. Rev 4 managing to get a top 5 placement for themselves once again, this time with those vehicles. Not really lucky because Kucing Gila tertangkap macam itu, tupai gila juga. 6 kills in total in that 4th position. The Immortals Rampage right there behind them in that 5th spot with a total of 10 kills.
Yeah, and in the 7th spot, we have the Immortals Oppa with 5 kills. In 8th, we have Dios with no kills at all. Again, placements points for them. And in 9th place, we have the Immortals Malaysia Underrated with 9 kills in the bag.
Ooh, question is, where is Evil Virus, man? We haven't seen them yet, have we?
Yeah.
PGN in the 10th position. They will take 5 kills in the bag for themselves. And you've got the Kingsman in the 11th position with a total of 4 kills. The Immortals Mafia Queens with a total of 6 kills for themselves in the 12th position. And Team 16 United Union in your 13th position with a total of 1 kill. The Immortals elite with a total of 7 kills in the 14th spot. And in the 15th position, Evil Virus Princess with a total of 8 kills.
Yeah, Evil Virus, like you said, they're nowhere to be seen, and I think they're losing their steam. And if they're not in the top 15, they're at the bottom 5, as they're in 16th place with only 4 kills. In 17th place, we have Evil Virus Angels with 1 in 18th. We have, I believe, Existence with 1 kill. In 19th place, with Kami Santai Saja with 4 kills. And in 20th again, it is MY Elite.
Wow. This really changes things, doesn't it, Husky? Because, we talked about the halfway point. We talked about climaxes. We talked about one of 2 ways this could go. It could be that, the teams that are already up there solidifying their lead, or it could be that the dominant team all of a sudden does not perform and the other teams start to step it up. And the latter is what we are seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the first 3 rounds, the first half was just everyone going in, fragging out of their minds and getting the win. And the second half so far has just been a mixture of weird ways you can use to win a game. We had the random tripwire. We already have cargo trucks winning out the game. I am excited for the last round.
Yeah.
And I don't know where R7 is on the standing, but if they make it on the top 4 just because of that trapwire, it's gonna be the biggest win of the night.
R7 has been in the top 5, I believe, 3 times already, including that round. So the probability of achieving the top 4 dream is high, but not super high. Why? Because the Immortals brand themselves have been fronting the top 5 so many a times. I mean, in the third game, we had 3. The top 3 spots were taken by the Immortals, Underrated, the Queens, as well as Opa, right? Opa as well as Rampage, constantly names that keep coming out of our mouths. And how big is that brand gonna achieve in here today, Husky? That's one of the highlights that I'm looking forward to as well.
Yeah, and seeing how Evil Virus have not been able to perform since match number 4 and 5, now I'm curious, have they really used up all that adrenaline? Have they ran out of gas? What happened to the consistency? Is it Evil Virus or is it other teams who are catching up?
Well, you wanted someone to find the cure, and I believe the cure has been found. The cure?
Yeah.
Cargo trucks and trap masters.
Yes, cargo truck and trap masters. Exactly.
We should start electrocuting everyone and running them over with trucks.
I mean, the versatility, right? You don't get this in any other battle royale, and I think what's next? What else do we have? What else do we have that these teams have yet to show us? In order to win a game, I believe we've seen most of it, but maybe the last round will be won by the Clown's Pitbull.
I hope something like that can happen, right? Because once you kill off, whoever who brings the Pitbull into the game, the Pitbull still stays alive to bite your little bum as you run around that field. So there's a high probability of that happening. And, the biggest pain point here, Husky, is the trap tool doesn't move around. You have to walk into the trap. The Pitbull chases you around the map.
Yeah. So we'll see if that's gonna be the case. It's been an exciting day so far, but we still have one final match before we find out who will be the top 4 teams to go to the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale. We're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be championship match.
X3 deployed. X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed. Hawk X3 deployed.
Enemy down!
Be careful. Enemy Hawk X3 deployed.
As we prepare for the final round of the Plunge Battle Royale for Call of Duty Mobile Malaysia Grand Finals, we're about to warm our hands up before we jump in to savor the final action that we'll see for this evening. My name is Husky, and of course, this would not be completed without the one and only Mustachio AJ.
Welcome back, everybody. So far, Husky, I'm so happy, man. I mean, if how we started the day is how we were to end the day, I would be very disappointed and sad because I would not want your debut to be that boring, okay? If the day started off slow, it was dry. And oh my, did it pick up some pace, and we are getting exactly what we want. We have that aggression coming in from teams. We are seeing, out of the norm, strategies being brought in to capture these wins. This is what we want to see, and we get all of it.
Yeah, Call of Duty Mobile in a nutshell. Let's take a look at the highlights from match number 5. Another match with a lot of twists and turns, possibly the most unexpected ending.
And here's the thing, right? As things kind of started, they were a little slow. Crazy, anticipation coming in here from Zyklon B, and he was, kind of lucky as well that the chip terminal upgrade had not been activated yet at that point of time, because the outcome of that match after he got trapped would have been slightly different, right? But Evil Virus, as usual, showing their dominance, which didn't really last that long.
Just a wonderful flash by Pochong. He doesn't need line of sight, You blind him, you still go down. That is why this guy is probably one of the best teams in the region. But of course, Evil Virus, their run was cut pretty short in this match. They were in 16th place with only 4 kills. we finally get to see, a different set of vehicle being brought out. That did not have much screen time though.
Yes, because and that's what differentiates the cargo truck from the Antelope A20, right? The Antelope will be able to give you that railgun, but it's also not as tanky as that huge cargo truck that you drop in. Catsy with amazing gameplays dropping in through, but obviously the backstab will fall in when you've got such a small zone to deal with, and so many of those teams that have survived in here for that very, very last battle. But amazing play coming through from all of the teams in here so far, Husky. I cannot wait to see the standings.
Yeah, especially when, it's gonna set the pace, set the tone for the final match. Speaking about standing, let's bring it up on screen and see who we've got in the running for the top 4 spot.
Ooh, let's just break it down straight up. We will start from the number 1 spot, yo. Evil Virus still holding on strong. 104 points in here so far. 66 kills they've managed to pick up for themselves. Even if they have not performed in the past 2 matches, nothing has changed at all. The Immortals Opa in that second position with the 90 points. Underrated has not been able to overtake them just yet, but it doesn't matter. They are right there at their heels with that 80 points. Revolution Army 4 has managed to stay up top and to be able, dude, if they qualify, man, if they qualify, it will be a highlight. They have to, I don't know, start a cargo truck donation, fund or something to support the making of more cargo trucks in the world. Reminiscent 7-fold Titan in the 5th position, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 72 points. Still a lot of chances to sneak up into that 4th position, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, also one of the teams that somehow kind of meme their way. Okay, I see meme their way is an understatement. I think they had memeable moments, but they definitely put in the effort, right? They're just 2 points away from overtaking Revolution Army 4. But in 6th place, we have the Immortal Rampage, also 2 points behind R7. In 7th place, we have the Immortals Mafia Queens with 54 points. 8th place is MY Legend Heroes with 39. In 9th place is Kami-Santai Saja or KSS with 36 points. Of course, in 10th place, the Immortal Elites with 35 points.
Oh, now let's see the other side of the board, because not only are they fighting for the top 4 positions in here, which, let's just analyze real quick. Reminiscent 7-fold, R7, the Immortals Rampage, Mafia Queens, definitely in strong standing for that fight, right? It's not too far away. For Mafia Queens, a little bit difficult, but for R7 as well as the Immortals Rampage, it's just within reach. But the top 10 has got a prize pool in here as well that a lot of teams, have got their eyes on. EV Angels, not too shabby at all. And, all the way down there towards the 17th position, they still all have a chance. United Union, PGN Alpha, the Immortal Savage, Generation X, Kingsman, AV Princess, Adios, My Elite, as well as Existence. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to step up their games, in the past 5 rounds. And I highly doubt, a lot of difference is going to be seen in this final game. But of course, I am to be proven wrong, Husky.
Yeah, it kind of is the end of the road for some of these teams. But hey, when you know that you're not going to have too much of a chance, it's time to play free, play wild, go crazy, and probably play the game of your life. But I do agree, I think the cutoff point for top 4 is the Immortals Mafia Queens. That's pretty much it. Unless My Legend Hero, KSS, or the Immortal Elite have, I don't know, a miraculous game with like 30 kills and somehow the top 7 teams do not make it to top 10, then maybe yes, we will see a redemption arc. But until then, I think with the most we are gonna get is the Immortals Mafia Queens breaking into the top 4.
Yeah, this is something that we have to look into as well. Don't move away from this page just yet, right? Because the Immortals, look at the left-hand side of the screen. They are not anywhere on that right-hand side. The top 10 has been flooded with the Immortals. 6 of their teams stand in there, Husky.
Yeah, only the Immortal Savage is on the second page, but you're right, you know, if you bring in 6 teams, 5 of them is on the first page, that's, I don't know, an 85% success rate.
Yeah. Fair enough. The Mustachio mix, the Savage there, that was a Savage miss. But come on, Savage, make that true. One opportunity, just 5 points away. EV Angels, you know, lead the front for the second page with just that 3 points. It's not so much for them to tank. This most probably might be one of the more the momentous moments for the Immortals, okay? If they manage to squeeze all 6 teams into the top 10. Let's see if or not that will end up happening.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta do your clan proud, right? Like, hopefully after this, if they were not able to make it, they won't be, you know, casted aside. I'm pretty sure the clan will show them love and give them guidance. The fact, this is a statement alone. This is a statement in of itself from the clan, and maybe we'll only see the Immortals Oppa making it through, and every one of the other Immortal squads will just, you know, barely miss it. But regardless, it is still a testament of how this clan has been able to grow new talents.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And as far as Evil Virus is concerned, the change, the climax technically affected the storyline. It brought a lot of excitement. It injected a lot of excitement into the storyline, but it didn't really change the inevitable end that they are gonna be with the top 4 that goes on to the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale, and most probably the team that retains that number 1 spot. But even that story is not completed just yet, Husky, because Evil Virus, they sit there with 104 points. Immortals Oppa right there behind, 14 points behind. Can they steal it away at the very last moment? One game for them to do it. The Immortals Malaysia underrated. They have an opportunity as well, but it's a more you know, improbable one, right? Because they need to beat them by 24 points, and you know, it's not like Evil Virus is not going to pick up any kills at all in this final game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this whole day has come full circle. We started off with the Immortal Oppa. Then we proceeded to Evil Virus, and now it's the clash of the Titan. It's like Kong versus Godzilla, and we're about to find out whether Evil Virus can still stay on top, or maybe the Immortals Oppa will finally give them that one critical blow and take over that first place.
Will Rev 4 still remain in the top 4? Will they be able to bring the cargo truck in and continue to show that they have been able to think out of the box and bring something so unthinkable into the plunge and achieve so much? Because if you look at this, they are one of the teams with the lowest number of kills in the top 5. You know, in the 5th and 6th position, even they have got more kills than Rev 4, because those points that they've been getting is all with those truck rundowns, Husky.
Absolutely, and we're about to find out because game number 6 is ready, so let's jump in. This is the final match of the Plunge Call of Duty Battle Royale Malaysia Grand Finals. Let's see who's going to make it to top 4.
Yep, let's go, boy. The flight path will be cutting from the south all the way up towards north. And this is from practice range down in towards Ski Town. The sky platform has been identified just at the southeast of Heat, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We do not have eyes on the high tier loot zone, so we do not know where will be the highly contested areas. But looking at one team, you should be able to know downtown is definitely one of those golden gun areas.
Oh yeah, and of course it's gonna be Evil Virus in that area. No surprise right there. But we're looking at KSS about to run straight into the Immortal Rampage. And the team, they're in top 10. Immortal Savage are the one who is out of top 10 in 12th place. But KSS, it kind of feels like they made a lot of plays, but they were never really up there. You know, it gives us a false sense of security.
Yeah, but they are in the 9th position at the moment with just 36 points, and that means from 11th position all the way down onto the 15th spot, they all have a equal right at the 9th position that Kami-santai Saja is holding on to right now. And with the removal of Akuman from the Immortals Rampage, they will try to increase the lead that they have over these other teams. Question is, will the Immortals respond accordingly by taking them out, or will they be taken down in that process? Katsi, the Airborne is getting brought in. They want the bird's eye view, and up they go, Husky.
Yeah, it's time to just move out from this area. I don't think the Immortals Rampage wants to deal with KSS in any way, especially when they've already lost one their member. I'm not sure if they were able to retrieve that dog tag, but if they did, then yeah, flying away is probably the best choice. And they even get a knockdown. Zyklon B is already out as A86 wants to get some revenge onto Akuman, but not able to do so.
Okay, this is the United Union going up against Dios. Dios hasn't been, very, very amazing, I would have to say, today with their performance, only managing to pick up a total of 8 kills from 6 games. A86, on the other hand, not one of those teams. Kami-santai Saja, they have, done just enough to squeeze into the top 10, but at the very bottom of the first side of the board, it isn't a very proud spot to hold, is it?
Oh yeah, it definitely is. His audio is gonna drop right down and see Wesley, and that's gonna be an easy kill as United Union able to already back for themselves. Primo will also, he's far away. He is so far away from his team.
What is he doing? Where is he dropping? Why is he going here? I do not understand what is Primo up to, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But that save better come through from the rest of his team members, because they now have the task of getting the chopper, which is right there in front of them, and getting to their team member before he gets taken out. He is lonely, all so lonely, and in the same vicinity as him is team number 22. My Legend Hero, not a huge risk with how they've been performing in here so far, but they are in the 8th position, even with, the lackluster performance. So still a big threat when it's a 4-on-1, Husky.
Oh yeah, I think they can definitely. They are, I believe, one of the teams that do not play in a super aggressive manner. It kind of feels like these are the teams that play in a very united way, where they prefer to just stick with each other as 4 and do everything together. They don't really go in for those gunfights. They are very reactive, and they only respond when people try to go onto them. But thankfully for the Immortals Elite, they'll be able to get this airdrop.
Okay, so question is, how much will they be able to achieve after they have pulled out their guns from the gunsmith, right? Holger in here by the Immortals, Amy. Question is also whether or not the Immortals Elite will be able to hold on to their position on the board. They are in the 10th spot with 35 points. They, just like Kami-santai Saja, are at risk as well of losing their position in the top 10. So it's all, so many narratives in here, right? And all of these teams are still fighting for something all the way down in here towards the final match. Only 3 out of the 20, I would say, kind of have no hope now.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, did a bit of recon with the Airborne, and at the same time, we look at United Union hot dropping in. See, my Legend Hero, and it's going to be a bloodbath because they're going to be directly challenged by United Union. Stanley L trying to work his way through the smoke. RWG able to heal himself back up as well. It seems like they came in for the hot drop, and they were the one who walks away with the kills.
Yeah, man. They came in here with a hot drop with 1 player moving in. And of course, the backup was supposed to come. Getting caught out by Team 22 was the one thing they should have not done. And not only did they avoid that, they also drop in and annihilate. Oh, beautiful jump up by the Ninja, and CJ with just 5 HP left will be able to get that final kill. And out they go, team number 22. My Legend Hero has been eliminated from the final match.
Yeah, United Union already having 8 kills secured, and that is a pretty big number considering that we are only in the first phase of the circle and there are 18 teams left. So a very solid performance from this team.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, and we don't want them to give up in here towards the final moment as well. And thankfully, due to the absolute, shake-up from performance from all of the teams, around the board, we have ended up in a situation where even down to the final match, nothing has been decided yet. No one position has been fully secured by, one dominant team. No, we don't have like the top 10, 100% confirmed in here. Everything is up to the toss of the final drop. How will the chips fall, Husky, as the Malaysian elite will slowly inch in towards Newtown?
MY elites have not been having a good day at all, and in fact they have at least half of the matches that they played, they were placed bottom 3. So it's sad to say that we probably would not be seeing much of them or expecting much from them, but I definitely want to see what else they can do. It's the final map. If you want to go out, you go out with a bang. Leave an impression. Yeah. I don't know, screw up other teams' placement. Just do whatever you can.
Kucing Gila once again picking up the cargo truck. So many of those war machine projectiles hitting the side of the truck, but Kucing Gila will still soldier on in Big Bertha, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Krax has got a truck as well. Pedal managing to drop Krax as well as Poppa. Rev 4 will go ahead to pay the price so early in the game, because the other teams have seen through this nonsense and they want to end it early.
That's what you get. That is exactly what you get for playing the same strat for 5 matches in a row. And what's the best part? The team that took out 2 members from Rev 4 was R7, a team that is just 2 points behind them, and now they've equalized the score.
Okay, here's the important point of what just happened to Rev 4. They had, I believe, 3 trucks on them. 1 exploded. 2 more is being driven around. They should be able to pick those dog tags up. And having 2 trucks with them, even Evil Virus has managed to pick up on this truck gameplay. They have got 1 on them as well. This is going to be a crazy final zone, a crazy final match at the Malaysian Grand Finals. I will swear to God, I did not expect to enjoy the Malaysian Grand Finals more than I enjoyed the Filipino Grand Finals. I swear to God, I did not expect that, but that's exactly what is happening right now, Husky.
I mean, we went from Call of Duty Mobile to bumper car. To a certain extent, it definitely feels a bit out of the blue. At first, at the start of the broadcast, Lemon Tea losing his life to Cobra. But yeah, at the start of the broadcast, when I said that Malaysians are more innovative, I did not mean this. I did not expect this. I did not expect the innovation to go this far.
And let me tell you this. Lemon Tea is not going to be happy that you called her a guy.
In my defense, I did. Okay, so, honestly, this has happened to me a lot of times where alright, so it's some EV Angels. My bad. That is honestly my mistake. Because I did this broadcast, right? Just a quick throw. I did this broadcast, and then it was for an FPS game, and it was the grand finals. Oh, hold on, Thought Crazy Kai. First of all, going for a couple of pot shots. It seems like he's giving me some breathing room. So yeah, there's this player popping off, getting top frag in that FPS game. And I did not know that it was a female until the boyfriend who was playing on the same team told me that on Twitter. And I'm like, I am so sorry. But your girl is carrying you on her back. So you better keep her. My point is that these ladies can kick my ass, okay?
Dude, they will, man. They will in a blink of an eye. These ladies, I mean, to play, the Plunge at this level, right? I can't even turn around and pick up. I can't even find the shoot button on my phone sometimes, man. And that's the problem with dropping into games and these gamer tags and all this. This is no way of telling whether there's a guy or a girl behind, and it just complicates the job that we have.
Yeah, you know what always impresses me when it comes to any shooting games is that the fact I'm fortunate enough to not wear glasses, but I feel like these people, even though they wear glasses, they have way better eyesight than I do. They can see the shoulder of someone 500 meters away on top of a hill, and I'm just like, what? How did you see that on a mobile screen? If it's on a monitor, I understand you can put a 26-inch screen in front of you, but it's on your phone. I don't know how you see it, but props. There's just huge props.
Yeah, you have no idea how much I resonate with, the props that you just have handed out, because I'll tell you exactly what happened, and this is a true story, and it's live on my page, right? Because I was live streaming, and I've transitioned from playing on emulator into mobile right now. And so many times I have died with players standing right in front of my face, and I don't see them. I just do not see them because the phone is small compared to the screen that I'm used to, Husky.
I understand the sentiment a lot. You just die, and when someone asks you, where did you get shot from? You're like, I don't know. I don't know. A stray bullet just hit me. I don't know.
Okay, it's gonna be the Kingsman in the vicinity. Kami Santai Saja as well. Clara dropping all of whatever that's unnecessary and looting as well in the process. Wink will take position up on top of the roof. It's going to be a great idea until 14 seconds elapses and the zone starts squeezing everybody. And it's not going to hurt too much, but getting caught in a gunfight at this point with Kami Santai Saja outside of the zone with that distance is going to be not a good position to be in.
And I think I just saw Kucing Gila abandon the truck. I think he went on the snowboard instead. Hopefully that's the case, but I think he will come back for the truck anyways. As Team 7, EV Princess still have everyone left alive. I think they were able to retrieve Malaysia and bring her back. Akumaman finds himself another truck. How many Big Berthas do they have in this game?
Too many. That's the answer. In Warzone, they have not nerfed Big Bertha, but I believe what they are doing is they are limiting the number of cargo trucks that are being allowed into the game at any one point. But, like I said, that sort of a change might not come into Call of Duty Mobile yet, because they need to see the efficacy of the trip mines that are brought in later on, whether or not they are enough to deal with the cargo trucks. Allow these teams to go in there and have fun running over players for the time being, because once they have gotten so used to this sort of a gameplay, bringing in those trip mines really, will change the playing field altogether. Now they need to switch up the game style as well, which, kind of excites things all over again. And the action will drop in as Katsi will go in for the slay, but unfortunately not be able to. I think someone stole that off.
Yeah, and I think for EV Angels, this could be their last stand. They tried to cross with a motorboat, and it was spotted out and blown up. As meanwhile, Wink and Indra is taken down. It's between both EVs, but Wink goes on an absolute rampage. Harley instantly loses her life to the spray.
Oh, that's some girl-on-girl action right on there, and the accuracy. Wink just did not blink through those shots, and she hit them dead on, man. Are we going to be able to see her get a great position for her team members as she needs to squeeze into the next zone? She's got 45 seconds to do so, and in that same time, she needs to make sure she survives.
Oh, yeah. And we've seen a couple of instances where, you go for the revive at, with 20 seconds left, and you just hold on for a very short amount of time. So I believe that's exactly what they do. But look at this circle. Oh my goodness, it's under the bridge, and we're about to have a very interesting ending to this very final match.
Where is the tank? I see the tank on the map. It's the tank in the water. Did the game drop the? Why did you drop the tank in the water? I think the tank. Or is the tank on the bridge? I don't know, but someone needs to go in and grab the tank and make use of it, right? Because the Big Berthas are gonna be like cheesecake in front of those tank shells.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't have much areas to work with. Everyone's going to be cramped on the bridge and under the bridge. It seems like the Immortal Rampage have solidified their position, but they just got slightly challenged by Revolution Army, who is desperately wanting to get into that top 4, as Dingos will be the first one to be knocked down by his own clan member, as Perjao also gets a knock onto Mary Jane. Seems like it's going to be more of a tussle between R7 and Rev 4.
Okay, this is a very risky position to hold for Evil Virus, but they know exactly what they are doing. They do not have a Trap Master in here. Ade needs to make sure his airborne recharges, and whilst it recharges, they need to make sure they survive. As soon as that recharge drops in, Ade is going to bring in his airborne. They're going to shoot up into the sky. Crazy Kai has got that recharge onto his smoke bomb, but he's not going to waste it too early, making use of all of the lethals that he has on himself. The Nova gases, they get popped now because there's no use saving it. Crazy Kai popping that AK-47 Kurobaku as well, hunting for those kills as they will wait 45 more seconds. The zone is closing in, but that airborne is getting recharged as well, Husky.
Half of the final zone is in the water. This is gonna be pretty intense between these two teams. Ade and Haji Kuto, they're already down, so it's up to Crazy Kai and Pochong to kind of hold the fort, but they gotta move. They actually have to move right now.
Yep, they have to move, man. 20 seconds to go. Crazy Kai might be able to pick Ade up. Ade is needed. Ade is key to this plan. And Ade needs to bring in the airborne as soon as he is standing up. And then after, stab himself with the adrenaline. Because they're running out of time. 5 more seconds. Pochong has just lost his life trying to hold the fort for Haji Katum, Crazy Kai, as well as Ade. Ade has taken a little bit too much of time, but that time is just enough. The airborne is in the game. And Evil Virus might be able to survive this and get into the next zone for the next battle.
Yeah, they're playing it close. They're cutting it very close in terms of time, as Professor just having that score alongside his teammates. This is going to be putting them in a very good position. They're not contested on the bridge at all. They've laid down all those traps. No one can just run into them. And all the other teams, they're fighting down there. R7, they've lost their lives, but Perjao is still alive. And in fact, he's going to fight too. Haji Kuto is going to be knocked down by Oblivion as they are playing on the low ground, and it means that the Immortal Malaysia underrated. They have the best position. Crazy Kai gets shot from the back, and he's going to lose his head, and is now down to the final 3 teams, and it seems like the underrated is going to have the best position to take this win.
Yeah, Wukong just sneaks right under the bridge, and the Immortals underrated, obviously the ones who look so much in the position to get this win. R7 needs to bring PHL back, but traps all around. Wukong tries to delete all of it from existence real quick. AK-117 in hand, the Locust as well will go in there for a real quick switch up. Question is, will they be able to hold the fort down when the attack is rained upon them in a few moments?
Yeah, and with Rev 4 knocked out, this might be R7's chance. They just need to stay alive for a bit more. They have 9 kills in the bag. They might have just done it. Maybe blowing out the Big Bertha of Rev 4 earlier on was the key to winning this. They're getting absolutely bombarded from on top of the bridge. This safe zone is closing in. They gotta try and make something happen, and YB is definitely gonna lose his life. He's trying to swim right in, but R7, they're getting bombarded from above, and here comes the fly. The final run from the Immortals of Malaysia underrated. Elefang is in, and I think they found it. They got the round.
The Immortals underrated indeed. And what I asked, oh, no way, man. I asked a very simple question at a certain point in this competition on whether or not underrated is gonna catch up and overtake their senpais, the Immortals Oppa. And that might have happened.
They might. I'm not sure if they can make it to first place. Maybe not, but second place I think is very probable. And what a way to go out with a bang! Just getting the best possible position. R7 they gave it their all, but there was no way they could win that round. But speaking about the Immortals Malaysia underrated taking over their senpais, R7, they might have taken over Rev 4 as well. And you know, it all started with one tripwire.
And I think the probability of R7 getting that done, it's not a probability, it is a surety, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There is no way in hell the Revolution Army 4 would have been able to collect way more points than the team that managed to pick up the second position as well as 9 kills. They knew they had to do this. They wanted desperately to qualify for the inaugural Garena Invitationals Battle Royale, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's bring on the results screen and see exactly how did these teams do.
And I would say this is just the sweetest victory for R7. They were the one who... This is the difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. I think Rev 4 were playing not to lose, so they kept sticking with Big Bertha. But R7, they are here to win. And they blew up the cargo truck and took 2 members of their closest enemies from the get-go. But let's look at the first place team. It is none other than the Immortals Malaysia underrated, coming in hot in first place with 12 kills. Of course, in second place we have R7, or known as Reminiscent Sevenfold Titan, with 9 kills. In the third place we have Dios with 4 kills. Fourth place we have Evil Virus with 8 kills, and fifth place is none other than the Immortals Rampage with 8 kills.
Yep, the Immortals Opa right there in the 6th position behind a Rampage with a total of 6 kills in there for themselves. EV, the Kingsman, will have a total of 3 kills in the 7th position. Kami santai saja, they have been santaiing throughout their matches, but this was that match they could not santai on anymore because in the 9th position, they were at risk of losing their top 10 spot if at all any of the other teams within the 10 to 15 spot had done better than them. Did they manage to do better, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I don't know just yet, man. A total of 9 kills in the 8th position might have been enough. PGN in that 9th position, they will be able to pick up a total of 6 kills in here for themselves.
Absolutely. And in 10th place, we have the Immortals Savage with 2 kills. In 11th place, it's going to be the Immortals Mafia Queen with 4. In 12th place, is the Immortals Elite with 2 kills. 13th place, it will be Team 5, which will be EV Angels with 1. 14th place, it will be EV Princess with 5 kills. And lastly, in 15th place, we will have Team 16, United Union, bagging themselves a very impressive 10 kills.
And the rest of these 5 teams down below, they do not get any positioning points, but they will be able to pick up kill points for themselves. But obviously, we won't be able to see what teams they are until we scroll. There you go. MYE in the 16th position, nothing for them. Rev 4. This is the problem. They showed such a beautiful meta to pick up the win, and they did exactly what I asked them not to do. And what I told them not to do was pick up the cargo truck so early in the game. Clearly, you are going to be a target, right? You need to move on. You cannot engage in any battles. They did not do that part right, and they get kicked out, and they lose that wonderful opportunity to go on to the Invitationals. It is, of course, team number 17, Generation X, in the 18th position with a total of 1 kill. That means 1 point. You've got team 22 in here, My Legend Hero team. They take away nothing. And of course, you've got Existence in the 20th position, taking away 2 kill points in here. So much of drama, Husky, because the top 10 definitely changes, my friend.
Oh yeah, I think it changes is an understatement. We also see, some teams in the final stretch overtaking and claiming a ticket into the Garena Invitational Battle Royale. And of course, we've repeated it a couple of times. It is R7. They've made it. And remember what I said in the previous rounds. What if R7 qualifies because of that one tripwire? And they're in. They're in.
And I think that there is a high probability of that happening, right? And the question was, of course, on whether or not the Immortals Elite can hold on to their top 10 spot. What happens to the Immortals Savage? Do we get to see team number 23 squeeze into the top 10 as well? We were able to get a lot of our answers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but not all of them, went in the way of the Immortals. But of course, so much of suspense still left in here because of how, unbalanced the games have been from that first match. Even if Evil Virus has not been able to step up and pick up the wins in the second half of the day in here, could they still hold on to that number 1 spot?
I think that there's a possibility, right? As much as we say that they have not been performing in the second half, it's clear that they are a solid team because by the end of match 5, they were still in first place with, I believe, a 12 or 14 point advantage. So that says a lot. If you have a good start, you have more room to make mistakes. And not to say that they made mistakes, but it's more of other teams catching up to them. But since they have such a huge lead, it didn't really matter too much.
Yeah. So, who's your bet on not making the top 10, Husky? is the meanest question to ask, right? Because my legend hero, Kami-Santai Saja, as well as the Immortals Elite are in the top 10 at the moment. And one of them will definitely lose their spot.
I mean, this is a tough question. You gotta give me some time, and I'll take that time during the highlight session. Let's jump into the post analysis, and let me jog my mind a bit because you're putting me on the spot, man. It's my like. Let me just say, AJ called me a noob 20 seconds before we went live, and I have not been the same ever since.
Okay, context into that is because he didn't level up his account that he was using to go in and spectate the game, and he couldn't spectate the game because the account was not leveled up just yet. Hence why Husky is a noob just for today. So the question that I posed to you was whether or not my legend hero, Kami-Santai Saja, as well as the Immortals Elite, these 3 teams, can they hold on to the top 10 spot? And maybe we can find some answers here in this highlight.
Yeah, and I think KS, I think Kami-Santai Saja probably would be the one that drops out. I don't know, I think when we looked at the sequence just now where Evil Virus took out KSS, the other 2 teams seemingly have been eliminated before that. So I think I'll change my mind. I think KSS are still in top 10. Maybe my legend hero are the one who lost their spots.
Yeah, my legend hero is probably my bet as well for the team that, does not make it in here. But, it's not just a position of whether or not these teams did not do well. There's also a question of whether or not the other teams did extremely well to pick up maybe some extra points on those skills to squeeze in here towards the top 10, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, I have got the top 20, the leaderboard, just before we went into that match on a screenshot on a monitor here, because I want to see exactly which are these teams who have managed to twist their fate at that very last moment, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't make it to top 4 and qualify, at least you walk away with some crits, right? At least you get some prizes from being in the top 10 and perhaps come back for more in the future. And no, it's hard to believe that this is just one region. We're witnessing Malaysia alone, and obviously we have our neighbor Singapore. They have, I would say, probably the best teams when it comes to it. It's always between Malaysia and Singapore. I think Singapore will always be a step above, and that has been shown in probably one of the bigger tournaments recently, where Divinity came out on top, beating, I believe, Resurgence. So that is a showcase of how robust that region is. But of course, I'm a citizen of Malaysia, so
you can have robust teams and all, but we've got better food. I mean, it's no question, though.
Fair. I was just about to say that. I was just about to say, regardless of they have the better team or what, we have better food. But of course, that's not a food war. You know, like if they whoop us. If they whoop us in GIBR, we can't beat them with food. You know, it just does not work like that, unfortunately.
You invite them over to an open house. You serve them all of the food. Send them into a food coma just before the competition. Win the tournament. Well, it's as simple as that. I mean, it's been a problem with Singapore, right? Such a tiny country, very small population. The problem with this country is that tiny population has got so much of skill concentrated into those small numbers. And they bring in so few in numbers into competitions, and they still manage to tap out so much for themselves. I am actually quite sad that I don't get to witness these Singapore Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, we can always stay tuned to it. It's happening, I believe, in 2 days. Of course, the amazing talents will also be bringing that to life. Even though it's not us, sometimes I do enjoy being an audience, just seeing what the other regions have to offer. We've seen how strong Philippines is. We've seen how crazy Malaysia can be, and Singapore having one of the best teams. Now it's time to see if that is going to hold.
Absolutely, man. And in Battle Royale, Singapore, have they been able to prove themselves against Malaysia? I don't think so. There are some, up and coming teams. You've got Red 7, who has been around for a while in the competitive scene. They kind of took a break for a while, and then, I haven't seen them come up even stronger. But you do have a team that is up and rising right now, Aventus Sovereign. Whether or not they'll be able to clinch the victory against all of the other veterans from Singapore who have been out there, who have been, dueling out on that battlefield for a long, long time now, is yet to be seen. But of course, Beef Mommy as well as Jericho will be bringing you guys all of that action. The Philippines Grand Finals will be happening tomorrow, Husky, and we'll be able to see exactly how the top 20 from the Philippines takes their fight in comparison to the top 20 that we've seen in here today, because even there, the top 4 teams will be invited to the Garena Invitationals Battle Royale.
Yeah, for sure. As much as I am a huge fanatic of my countryman, sometimes we have to, again, take the L and recognize that there are just stronger regions out there. And I think Philippines has always have my admiration, because not just because how strong their community is, but how their talents have been playing. And I think across Battle Royale genre in general, regardless of platform, Philippines have been outperforming Malaysia most of the times. They're just more precise, they're much more aggressive. So I want to see if that is going to hold true. We've seen some aggressive talents today, but is it enough to take on the other regions? I think we will only find out when the invitationals start.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point that you brought up, right? And I think you also gave Malaysia as well as the other regions the secret sauce of the Philippines. It is the strength of the community. It's not really a chicken and egg situation. It's more of what fuels these players to go out there and commit a huge portion of their lives into dedicating it into the game, right? Being, super good at a mobile game. A lot of the people out there, their common reference towards you sitting down and playing a game, especially on your phone, what are you doing wasting your time? To, turn a blind eye, to deafen yourself to all of that negativity and still focus in because you believe in what you can achieve. That all comes through not just with your own effort, but by the support of the people around you. And I feel like that's something that Malaysia can definitely learn from, because if we can get our community to support our players as well as content creators the exact same way, Philippines better watch out, my friend.
It's going to be a long journey, but I'm excited to see what it holds. And now, the moment of truth. We're about to witness the standings. And without further ado, let's bring it up and see who is going to make it to the Garena Invitational Battle Royale.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Evo Virus, as usual, classic, dominating the standings at Malaysia. The Immortals Malaysia, underrated, overcoming all odds to outshine the Immortals Oppa. They are senpais, not by much, but just 6 points, taking that number 2 spot, qualifying in here, together with the Immortals Oppa, of course, in that 3rd position, and Reminiscent, 7-4 Titan, stealing away, just ripping it out of the cold, dead hands of the Revolution Army 4 from the wreckage of all of those cargo trucks. The 4th and final team from Malaysia to get the ticket to the inaugural Garena Invitational Battle Royale.
Yeah, and in 5th place, still within the top 10 and walking away with some crits. It's going to be the Immortal Rampage, followed by the Revolution Army. It's finally put to an end by R7 in 6th place. The Immortal Mafia Queens in 7th place. Kami Santai Saja KSS in 8th place. United Union squeezing themselves into top 10 in 9th place. And of course, finally in 10th place will be My Legend Hero.
The Immortals Elite as well as Savage did not manage to get into the top 10 with the rest of their team members in here, their clanmates, PGN Alpha, the Immortals Elite, EV Angels, the Immortals Savage, Kingsman, Generation X, Dios, EV Princess, Existence, as well as MY Elite will complete the 11th all the way down to the 20th position. That does not make it to the top 10, but well done to be able to buzz through all of those group stages and qualify for the grand finals itself is a monumental achievement, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to look at it in 2 different ways, right? There's always a lesson as a loser, and there's always a takeaway as a winner. You know, you can lose in a tournament, but you still walk away with some positivity. And that's gonna be the story. You know, I hope these guys come back stronger, and for those who qualify, I want to see them perform more on the regional stage. But let's take a look at our top 10 graphic distribution for all the creds for these teams.
We'll start from the very bottom once again in the 10th spot. My Legend Hero team scraping through, getting that 1000 CP. United Union in your 9th position with that 1000 CP. Kami Santai Saja managed to save their spot in that 8th spot with that 1000 CP as well. And the Immortals Mafia Queens managed to pick the 7th position for themselves. 1000 CP as well. 5th and 6th position taken by the Immortals Rampage as well as the Revolution Army 4. They each take 1500 CP home.
Yep, and of course the top 4 teams who qualified for the Garena Invitational Battle Royale. In 4th place, we have a Reminiscent 7-fold Titan, or known as R7, getting the ticket on top of 3000 CP. In 3rd place, the Immortals Oppa with 5000 CP and a spot in the GIBR. 2nd place, the Immortals MY Underrated, 10,000 CP, and of course a spot in the GIBR. And of course, nonetheless, the defending champions of the Plunge, Evil Virus, 15,000 CP, and a spot in the inaugural Garena Invitational Battle Royale.
As far as Evil Virus is concerned, it's not about picking up that 15,000 CP. It's not about, getting the invitation to the very, very first, the special, the inaugural GIBR, right? It's all about the consistency of proving that they are the best clan in Malaysia when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile Battle Royale. And so far, so good, because they've achieved exactly that, Husky.
Yeah, and a lot of teams will be watching, and a lot of teams would be, keeping their eyes on not just our teams, but also how we have been playing the Plunge. Because when it comes down to this, even though you have to go through the gauntlet of 100 plus teams throughout the qualifiers, then you have to go to the top 40 gauntlet of the semifinals to make it into the top 20. But you only have one day, you only have one night, 6 matches to prove that you deserve to be in top 4. That is a huge feat. And of course, the teams out there from the other regions watching, they will also be trying to learn a bit from how we play and possibly find a way to deal with it. Or maybe they'll take our meta as well and start driving more cargo trucks.
I hope they don't, because it's going to be very, very wait, I hope they do, because it's going to be quite easy to overcome if they do, right? Because, you know, once again, like I mentioned, the cargo truck gameplay is only going to work out in a very, very specific condition. The place needs to be super open. There cannot be any hiding grounds. You cannot have any elevations, no bumps, no hills, no rocks. You saw exactly what happened to that little Pandai Tupai Melompat, right? He couldn't get through. The cargo truck gets stuck, and that's about it. GGWP, Rev 4, if only they'd made it through to the grand, to the final circle with those trucks, maybe the top 4 could be a little different, Husky.
Yeah, but they definitely did show that they are a top contender. Yeah, although some people might not be agree with how they play those rounds with cargo trucks. I mean, 5 out of 6 rounds driving the same thing and trying to end the game is not really what we want to see. I think people will say that they're trolling, but I dare say, even without the cargo trucks, they will put up a pretty decent fight as well.
I do not know if I would like to support that opinion, because they got a majority of the kills with those trucks. Alright, what you talking about?
I'm being positive.
But well played. Looking out for them. Alright, it's good. However you choose to get your win, whether you want to camp, whether you're a little trap master constantly trapping that little watchtower and sitting down on that second floor, don't think I don't know who you are, or you want to bring the cargo truck in. Anything goes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as the Battle Royale of Call of Duty Mobile continues to expand and overtake the mobile gaming world. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here, one and only Husky, with the double K and the double E at the very end, signing off from the grand finals of the Malaysian Plunge. You guys take care and stay safe.
X3 deployed.